Section 15, Part 1, Chapter 3, continued, of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He could now live with some tracts of land over which to exercise his authority, struggling again with the resistance of men and things. Besides, the vast proportions of the rooms of the castle were very tempting and bare of furniture. This opportunity for placing the overflow from his cellars plunged him again into buying. With this atmosphere of lordly gloom, the antiques would harmonize beautifully, without that cry of protest which they always seem to make when placed in contact with the glaring white walls of modern habitations. The historic residence required an endless outlay. On that account it had changed owners so many times. But he and the land understood each other beautifully. So, at the same time that he was filling the salons, he was going to begin farming and stock raising in the extensive parks, a reproduction in miniature of his enterprises in South America. The property ought to be made self-supporting. Not that he had any fear of the expenses, but he did not intend to lose money on the proposition. The acquisition of the castle brought Desnoyers a true friendship, the chief advantage in the transaction. He became acquainted with a neighbor, Senator Lacour, who twice had been minister of state and was now vegetating in the Senate, silent during its sessions, but restless and voluble in the corridors in order to maintain his influence. He was a prominent figure of the Republican nobility, an aristocrat of the new regime that had sprung from the agitations of the Revolution, just as the titled nobility had won their spurs in the Crusades. His great-grandfather had belonged to the Convention. His father had figured in the Republic of 1848. He, as the son of an exile who had died in banishment, had when very young marched behind the grandiloquent figure of Gambetta, and always spoke in glowing terms of the master, in the hope that some of his rays might be reflected on his disciple. His son René, a pupil of the École Centrale, regarded his father as a rare old sport, laughing a little at his romantic and humanitarian republicanism. He nevertheless was counting much on that same official protection treasured by 4 generations of Lacours dedicated to the service of the Republic, to assist him when he became an engineer. Don Marcelo, who used to look uneasily upon any new friendship, fearing a demand for a loan, gave himself up with enthusiasm to intimacy with this grand man. The personage admired riches and recognized, besides, a certain genius in this millionaire from the other side of the sea, accustomed to speaking of limitless pastures and immense herds. Their intercourse was more than the mere friendliness of a country neighborhood, and continued on after their return to Paris. Finally, René visited the home on the Avenida Victor Hugo as though it were his own. The only disappointments in Desnoyers' new life came from his children. Chichi irritated him because of the independence of her tastes. She did not like antiques, no matter how substantial and magnificent they might be, much preferring the frivolities of the latest fashion. She accepted all her father's gifts with great indifference. Before an exquisite blonde piece of lace, centuries old, picked up at auction, she made a wry face, saying, "I would much rather have had a new dress costing 300 francs. She and her brother were solidly opposed to everything old. Now that his daughter was already a woman, he had confided her absolutely to the care of Dona Luisa. But the former peoncito was not showing much respect for the advice and commands of the good-natured Creole. She had taken up roller skating with enthusiasm, regarding it as the most elegant of diversions. She would go every afternoon to the ice palace, Dona Luisa chaperoning her, although to do this she was obliged to give up accompanying her husband to his sale. nails. Oh, the hours of deadly weariness before that frozen oval ring, watching the white circle of balancing human monkeys gliding by on runners to the sound of an organ. Her daughter would pass and repass before her tired eyes, rosy from the exercise. Spirals of hair escaped from her hat, streaming out behind, the folds of her skirt swinging above her skates. Handsome, athletic, and Amazonian, with the rude health of a child who, according to her father, had been weaned on beefsteaks. Finally, Dona Luisa rebelled against this troublesome vigilance, preferring to accompany her husband on his hunt for underpriced riches. Chichi went to the skating rink with one of the dark-skinned maids, passing the afternoons with her sporty friends of the New World. Together they ventilated their ideas under the glare of the easy life of Paris, freed from the scruples and conventions of their native land. They all thought themselves older than they were, delighting to discover in each other unsuspected charms. The change from the other hemisphere had altered their sense of values. Some were even writing verses in French, and Desnoyers became alarmed, giving free rein to his bad humor when Chichi of evenings would bring forth as aphorisms that which she and her friends had been discussing as a summary of their readings and observations. Life is life, and one must live. I will marry the man I love, no matter who he may be. But the daughter's independence was as nothing compared to the worry which the other child gave the Desnoyers. Ay, that other one. Julio, upon arriving in Paris, had changed the bent of his aspirations. He no longer thought of becoming an engineer. He wished to become an artist. Don Marcelo objected in great consternation, but finally yielded. Let it be painting. The important thing was to have some regular profession. The father, while he considered property and wealth as sacred rights, felt that no one should enjoy them who had not worked to acquire them. Recalling his apprenticeship as a woodcarver, he began to hope that the artistic instincts which poverty had extinguished in him were perhaps reappearing in his son. What if this lazy boy, this lively genius, hesitating before taking up his walk in life, should turn out to be a famous painter after all? So he agreed to all of Julio's caprices, the budding artist insisting that for his first efforts in drawing and coloring, he needed a separate apartment where he could work with more freedom. His father, therefore, established him near his home, in the Rue de la Pompe, in the former studio of a well-known foreign painter. The workroom and its annexes were far too large for an amateur, but the owner had died, and Desnoyers improved the opportunity offered by the heirs, and bought at a remarkable bargain the entire plant, pictures, and furnishings. Dona Luisa at first visited the studio daily like a good mother, caring for the well-being of her son that he may work to better advantage. Taking off her gloves, she emptied the brass trays filled with cigar stubs and dusted the furniture powdered with the ashes fallen from the pipes. Julio's visitors, long-haired young men who spoke of things that she could not understand, seemed to her rather careless in their manners. Later on, she also met there women, very lightly clad, and was received with scowls by her son. Wasn't his mother ever going to let him work in peace? So the poor lady, starting out in the morning toward the Rue de la Pompe, stopped midway and went instead to the church of Saint-Honore-des-Lieux. The father displayed more prudence. A man of his years could not expect to mingle with the chums of a young artist. In a few months' time, Julio passed entire weeks without going to sleep under the paternal roof. Finally, he installed himself permanently in his studio, occasionally making a flying trip home that his family might know that he was still in existence. Some mornings, Desnoyers would arrive at the Rue de la Pompe in order to ask a few questions of the concierge. It was 10 o'clock. The artist was sleeping. Upon returning at midday, he learned that the heavy sleep still continued. Soon after lunch, another visit to get better news. It was 2 o'clock. The young gentleman was just arising. So the father would retire, muttering stormily, "But when does this painter ever paint?" At first, Julio had tried to win renown with his brush, believing that it would prove an easy task. In true artist fashion, He collected his friends around him, South American boys with nothing to do but enjoy life, scattering money ostentatiously so that everybody might know of their generosity. With serene audacity, the young canvas dauber undertook to paint portraits. He loved good painting, distinctive painting, with the cloying sweetness of a romance that copied only the forms of women. He had money, a good studio. His father was standing behind him, ready to help. Why shouldn't he accomplish as much as many others who lacked his opportunities? So he began his work by coloring a canvas entitled The Dance of the Hours, a mere pretext for copying pretty girls and selecting buxom models. Those he would sketch at a mad speed, filling in the outlines with blobs of multicolored paint. And up to this point, all went well. Then he would begin to vacillate, remaining idle before the picture only to put it in the corner in hope of later inspiration. It was the same way with his various studies of feminine heads. Finding that he was never able to finish anything, he soon became resigned, like one who pants with fatigue before an obstacle, waiting for a providential interposition to save him. The important thing was to be a painter, even though he might not paint anything. This afforded him the opportunity, on the plea of lofty aestheticism, of sending out cards of invitation and asking light women to his studio. He lived during the night. Don Marcelo, upon investigating the artist's work, could not contain his indignation. Every morning, the two Desnoyers were accustomed to greet the first hours of dawn. The father leaping from his bed, the son on his way home to his studio to throw himself upon his couch, not to wait till midday. The credulous Doña Luisa would invent the most absurd explanations to defend her son. Who could tell? Perhaps he had the habit of painting during the night, utilizing it for original work. Men resort to so many devilish things. Desnoyers knew very well what these nocturnal gusts of genius were amounting to. Scandals in the restaurants of Montmartre, and scrimmages, many scrimmages. He and his gang, who believed that at 7 a full dress or tuxedo was indispensable, were like a band of Indians, bringing to Paris the wild customs of the plains. Champagne always made them quarrelsome. So they broke and paid, but their generosities were almost invariably followed by a scuffle. No one could surpass Julio in the quick slap and the ready card. His father heard with a heavy heart the news brought him by some friends thinking to flatter his vanity. His son was always victorious in these gentlemanly encounters. He it was who always scratched the enemy's skin. The painter knew more about fencing than art. He was a champion with various weapons. He could box, and was even skilled in the favorite blows of the prize fighters of the slums. Useless as a drone and as dangerous too, fretted his father. And yet in the back of his troubled mind fluttered an irresistible satisfaction, an animal pride in the thought that this harebrained terror was his own. For a while he thought that he had hit upon a way of withdrawing his son from such an existence. The relatives in Berlin had visited the Desnoyers in their castle of Villeblanche. With good-natured superiority, Karl von Hartrott had appreciated the rich and rather absurd accumulations of his brother-in-law. They were not bad. He admitted that they gave a certain cachet to the home in Paris and to the castle. They smacked of the possessions of titled nobility. But Germany, the comforts and luxuries in his country! He just wished his brother-in-law to admire the way he lived and the noble friendships that embellished his opulence. And so he insisted in his letters that the Desnoyers family should return their visit. This change of environment might tone Julio down a little. Perhaps his ambition might waken on seeing the diligence of his cousins, each with a career. The Frenchman had, besides, an underlying belief in the more corrupt influence of Paris as compared with the purity of the customs in patriarchal Germany. They were there 4 months. In a little while, Desnoyers felt ready to retreat, each to his own kind. He would never be able to understand such people, exceedingly amiable, with an abject amiability and evident desire to please, but constantly blundering through a tactless desire to make their grandeur felt. The high-toned friends of Hartrott emphasized their love for France, but it was the pious love that a weak and mischievous child inspires, needing protection, and they would accompany their affability with all manner of inopportune memories of the wars in which France had been conquered. Everything in Germany, a monument, a railroad station, a simple dining room device, instantly gave rise to glorious comparisons. In France, you do not have this. Of course, you never saw anything like this in America. Don Marcelo came away fatigued by so much condescension, and his wife and daughter refused to be convinced that the elegance of Berlin could be superior to Paris. Chichi, with audacious sacrilege, scandalized her cousins by declaring that she could not abide the corseted officers with immovable monocle who bowed to the women with such automatic rigidity, blending their gallantries with an air of superiority. End of section 15. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Section 16, Part 1, Chapter 3, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Julio, guided by his cousins, was saturated in the virtuous atmosphere of Berlin. With the oldest, the sage, he had nothing to do. He was a poor creature devoted to his books who patronized all the family with a protecting air. It was the others, the sub-lieutenants or military students, who proudly showed him the rounds of German joy. Julio was accordingly introduced to all the night restaurants, imitations of those in Paris, but on a much larger scale. The women, who in Paris might be counted by the dozens, appeared here in hundreds. The scandalous drunkenness here never came by chance, but always by design, as an indispensable part of the gaiety. All was grandiose, glittering, colossal. The libertines diverted themselves in platoons. The public got drunk in companies. The harlots presented themselves in regiments. He felt a sensation of disgust before these timid and servile females, accustomed to blows, who were so eagerly trying to reimburse themselves for the losses and exposures of their business. For him, it was impossible to celebrate with hoarse ha-has like his cousins. The discomfiture of these women when they realized that they had wasted so many hours without accomplishing more than abundant drinking, the gross obscenity, so public and noisy, like a parade of riches, was loathsome to Julio. "There is nothing like this in Paris," his cousins repeatedly exulted as they admired the stupendous salons, the hundreds of men and women in pairs, the thousands of tipplers. No, there certainly was nothing like that in Paris. He was sick of such boundless pretension. He seemed to be attending a fiesta of hungry mariners, anxious at one swoop to make amends for all former privations. Like his father, he longed to get away. It offended his aesthetic sense. Don Marcelo returned from this visit with melancholy resignation. Those people had undoubtedly made great strides. He was not such a blind patriot that he could not admit what was so evident. Within a few years they had transformed their country, and their industry was astonishing. But, well, it was simply impossible to have anything to do with them. Each to his own, but may they never take a notion to envy their neighbor. Then he immediately repelled this last suspicion with the optimism of a businessman. They are going to be very rich, he thought. Their affairs are prospering, and he that is rich does not hunt quarrels. That war of which some crazy fools are always dreaming would be an impossible thing. Young Desnoyers renewed his Parisian existence, living entirely in the studio and going less and less to his father's home. Dona Luisa began to speak of a certain Argensola, a very learned young Spaniard, believing that his counsels might prove most helpful to Julio. She did not know exactly whether this new companion was friend, master, or servant. The studio habitués also had their doubts. The literary ones always spoke of Argensola as a painter. The painters recognized only his ability as a man of letters. He was among those who used to come up to the studio of winter afternoons, attracted by the ruddy glow of the stove and the wine secretly provided by the mother, holding forth authoritatively before the often renewed bottle and the box of cigars lying open on the table. One night he slept on the divan, as he had no regular quarters. After that first night, he lived entirely in the studio. Julio soon discovered in him an admirable reflex of his own personality. He knew that Argensola had come third class from Madrid with 20 francs in his pocket in order to capture glory, to use his own words. Upon observing that the Spaniard was painting with as much difficulty as himself, with the same wooden and childish strokes which are so characteristic of the make-believe artists and pot boilers, the routine workers concerned themselves with color and other rank fads. Argensola was a psychological artist, a painter of souls, and his disciple felt astonished and almost displeased on learning what a comparatively simple thing it was to paint a soul. Upon a bloodless countenance, with a chin as sharp as a dagger, the gifted Spaniard would trace a pair of nearly round eyes, and at the center of each pupil he would aim a white brush stroke, a point of light, the soul. Then, planting himself before the canvas, he would proceed to classify this soul with his inexhaustible imagination, attributing to it almost every kind of stress and extremity. So great was the sway of his rapture that Julio too was able to see all that the artist flattered himself into believing that he had put into the owlish eyes. He also would paint souls, souls of women. In spite of the ease with which he developed his psychological creations, Argensola preferred to talk stretched on a divan or to read hugging the fire while his friend and protector was outside. Another advantage this fondness for reading gave young Desnoyers was that he was no longer obliged to open a volume, scanning the index and last pages, just to get the idea. Formerly, when frequenting society functions, he had been guilty of coolly asking an author which was his best book, his smile of a clever man giving the writer to understand that he merely inquired so as not to waste time on the other volumes. Now it was no longer necessary to do this. Argensola would read for him. As soon as Julio would see him absorbed in a book, he would demand an immediate share. Tell me the story. So the secretary not only gave him the plots of comedies and novels, but also detailed the argument of Schopenhauer or of Nietzsche. Doña Luisa almost wept on hearing her visitors, with that benevolence which wealth always inspires, speak of her son as a rather gay young man, but wonderfully well read. In exchange for his lessons, Argensola received much the same treatment as did the Greek slaves who taught rhetoric to the young patricians of decadent Rome. In the midst of a dissertation, his lord and friend would interrupt him with, "Get my dress suit ready. I am invited out this evening." At other times, when the instructor was luxuriating in bodily comfort, with a book in one hand near the roaring stove, seeing through the windows the gray and rainy afternoon, his disciple would suddenly appear saying, "Quick, get out, there's a woman coming." And Argensola, like a dog who gets up and shakes himself, would disappear to continue his reading in some miserable little coffee house in the neighborhood. In his official capacity, this widely gifted man often descended from the peaks of intellectuality to the vulgarities of everyday life. He was the steward of the lord of the manor, the intermediary between the pocketbook and those who appeared bill in hand. "Money," he would say laconically at the end of the month, and Desnoyers would break out into complaints and curses. Where on earth was he to get it? He would like to know. His father was as regular as a machine and would never allow the slightest advance upon the following month. He had to submit to a rule of misery. 3,000 francs a month. What could any decent person do with that? He was even trying to cut that down, to tighten the band, interfering in the running of his house so that Dona Luisa could not make presents to her son. In vain he had appealed to the various usurers of Paris, telling them of his property beyond the ocean. These gentlemen had the youth of their own country in the hollow of their hand, and were not obliged to risk their capital in other lands. The same hard luck pursued him when, with sudden demonstrations of affection, he had tried to convince Don Marcelo that 3,000 francs a month was but a niggardly trifle. The millionaire fairly snorted with indignation. 3,000 francs a trifle! And the debts besides that he often had to pay for his son? Why, when I was your age, he would begin saying, but Julio would suddenly bring the dialogue to a close. He had heard his father's story too many times. Ah, the stingy old miser. What he had been giving him all these months was no more than the interest on his grandfather's legacy. And by the advice of Argensola, he ventured to get control of the field. He was planning to hand over the management of his land to Celedonio, the old overseer who was now such a grandee in his country that Julio ironically called him my uncle. Desnoyers accepted this rebellion coldly. "It appears just to me you are now of age." Then he promptly reduced to extremes his oversight of his home, forbidding Dona Luisa to handle any money. Henceforth, he regarded his son as an adversary, treating him during his lightning apparitions at the Avenue Victor Hugo with glacial courtesy, as though he were a stranger. For a while, a transitory opulence enlivened the studio. Julio had increased his expenses, considering himself rich. But the letters from his uncle in America soon dissipated these illusions. At first, the remittances exceeded very slightly the monthly allowance that his father had made him. Then it began to diminish in an alarming manner. According to Celedonio, all the calamities on earth seemed to be falling upon his plantation. The pasture land was yielding scantily, sometimes for lack of rain, sometimes because of floods, and the herds were perishing by hundreds. Julio required more income, and the crafty half-breed sent him what he asked for, but simply as a loan, reserving the return until they should adjust their accounts. In spite of such aid, young Desnoyers was suffering great want. He was gambling now in an elegant circle, thinking thus to compensate for his periodical scrimpings. But this resort was only making the remittances from America disappear with greater rapidity. That such a man as he was should be tormented for the lack of a few thousand francs. What else was a millionaire father for? If the creditors began threatening, the poor youth had to bring the secretary into play, ordering him to see the mother immediately. He himself wished to avoid her tears and reproaches, so Argensola would slip like a pickpocket up the service stairway of the great house on the Avenue Victor Hugo. The place in which he transacted his ambassadorial business was the kitchen, with great danger that the terrible Desnoyers might happen in there on one of his perambulations as a laboring man and surprise the intruder. Dona Luisa would weep, touched by the heartrending tales of the messenger. What could she do? She was as poor as her maids. She had jewels, many jewels, but not a franc. Then Argensola came to the rescue with a solution worthy of his experience. He would smooth the way for the good mother, leaving some of her jewels at the Mont de Piété. He knew the way to raise money on them, so the lady accepted his advice, giving him, however, only jewels of medium value, as she suspected that she might never see them again. Later scruples made her at times refuse flatly. Suppose Don Marcelo should ever find it out. What a scene! But the Spaniard deemed it unseemly to return empty-handed, and always bore away a basket of bottles from the well-stocked wine cellar of the Desnoyers. Every morning, Dona Luisa went to Saint-Honore-des-Laux to pray for her son. She felt that this was her own church. It was a hospitable and familiar island in the unexplored ocean of Paris. Here she could exchange discreet salutations with her neighbors from the different republics of the New World. She felt nearer to God and the saints when she could hear in the vestibule conversations in her language. It was, moreover, a sort of salon in which took place the great events of the South American colony. One day was a wedding with flowers, orchestra, and chanting chorales. With Chichi beside her, she greeted those she knew, congratulating the bride and groom. Another day it was the funeral of an ex-president of some republic or some other foreign dignitary, ending in Paris his turbulent existence. Poor president, poor general. Dona Luisa remembered the dead man. She had seen him many times in that church, devoutly attending mass, and she was indignant at the evil tongues which, under the cover of a funeral oration, recalled the shootings and bank failures in his country. Such a good and religious gentleman. May God receive his soul in glory. And upon going out into the square, she would look with tender eyes upon the young men and women on horseback going to the Bois de Boulogne, the luxurious automobiles, the morning radiant in the sunshine, all the primeval freshness of the early hours, realizing what a beautiful thing it is to live. Her devout expression of gratitude for mere existence usually included the monument in the center of the square, all bristling with wings as if about to fly away from the ground. Victor Hugo. It was enough for her to have heard this name on the lips of her son to make her contemplate the statue with a family interest. The only thing that she knew about the poet was that he had died. Of this she was almost sure, and she imagined that in life he was a great friend of Julio's, because she had so often heard her son repeat his name. Ay, her son! All her thoughts, her conjectures, her desires converged on him and her strong-willed husband. She longed for the men to come to an understanding and put an end to a struggle in which she was the principal victim. Would not God work this miracle? Like an invalid who goes from one sanitarium to another in pursuit of health, she gave up the church on her street to attend the Spanish chapel on the avenue Friedland. Here she considered herself even more among her own. End of section 16. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Section 17, Part 1, Chapter 3, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In the midst of the fine and elegant South American ladies who looked as if they had just escaped from a fashion sheet, her eyes sought other women, not so well dressed, fat, with theatrical ermine and antique jewelry. When these high-born dames met each other in the vestibule, they spoke with heavy voices and expressive gestures, emphasizing their words energetically. The daughter of the ranch ventured to salute them because she had subscribed to all their pet charities, and upon seeing her greeting returned, she felt a satisfaction which made her momentarily forget her woes. They belonged to those families which her father had so greatly admired without knowing why. They came from the mother country, and to the good Chicha were all excellentisimas or altissimas related to kings. She did not know whether to give them her hand or bend the knee, as she had vaguely heard was the custom at court. But soon she recalled her preoccupation and went forward to wrestle in prayer with God. Ay, that he would mercifully remember her, that he would not long forget her son. It was glory that remembered Julio, stretching out to him her arms of light, so that he suddenly awoke to find himself surrounded by all the honors and advantages of celebrity. Fame cunningly surprises mankind on the most crooked and unexpected of roads. Neither the painting of souls nor a fitful existence full of extravagant love affairs and complicated duels had brought Desnoyers this renown. It was glory that put him on his feet. A new pleasure for the delight of humanity had come from the other side of the seas. People were asking one another in the mysterious tones of the initiated who wish to recognize a familiar spirit, "Do you know how to tango?" The tango had taken possession of the world. It was the heroic hymn of a humanity that was suddenly concentrating its aspirations on the harmonious rhythm of the thigh joints, measuring its intelligence by the agility of its feet. An incoherent and monotonous music of African inspiration was satisfying the artistic ideals of a society that required nothing better. The world was dancing, dancing, dancing. A Negro dance from Cuba, introduced into South America by mariners who shipped jerked beef to the Antilles, conquered the entire earth in a few months, completely encircling it, bounding victoriously from nation to nation, like the Marseillaise. It was even penetrating into the most ceremonious courts, overturning all traditions of conservation and etiquette like a song of the revolution of frivolity. The Pope even had become a master of the dance, recommending the furlana instead of the tango, since all the Christian world, regardless of sects, was united in the common desire to agitate its feet with the tireless frenzy of the possessed of the Middle Ages. Julio Desnoyers, upon meeting this dance of his childhood in full swing in Paris, devoted himself to it with the confidence that an old love inspires. Who could have foretold that when as a student he was frequenting the lowest dance halls in Buenos Aires, watched by the police, that he was really serving an apprenticeship to glory? From 5 to 7 in the salons of the Champs-Élysées, where it cost 5 francs for a cup of tea and the privilege of joining in the sacred dance, hundreds of eyes followed him with admiration. "He has the key," said the women, appraising his slender elegance, medium stature, and muscular springs. And he, in abbreviated jacket and expansive shirt bosom, with his small girlish feet encased in high-heeled patent leathers with white tops, danced gravely, thoughtfully, silently, like a mathematician working out a problem, under the lights that shed bluish tones upon his plastered glossy locks. Ladies asked to be presented to him in the sweet hope that their friends might envy them when they beheld them in the arms of the master. Invitations simply rained upon Julio. The most exclusive salons were thrown open to him, so that every afternoon he made a dozen new acquaintances. The fashion had brought over professors from the other side of the sea, compatriots from the slums of Buenos Aires, haughty and confused at being applauded like famous lecturers or tenors. But Julio triumphed over these vulgarians who danced for money, and the incidents of his former life were considered by the women as deeds of romantic gallantry. "You are killing yourself," Argensola would say. "You are dancing too much." The glory of his friend and master was only making more trouble for him. His placid readings before the fire were now subject to daily interruptions. It was impossible to read more than a chapter. The celebrated man was continually ordering him to betake himself to the street. "A new lesson," sighed the parasite. And when he was alone in the studio, numerous callers, all women, some inquisitive and aggressive, others sad with a deserted air, were constantly interrupting his thoughtful pursuits. One of them terrified the occupants of the studio with her insistence. She was a North American of uncertain age, somewhere between 32 and 59, with short skirts that, whenever she sat down, seemed to fly up as if moved by a spring. Various dances with Desnoyers and a visit to the Rue de la Pompe she seemed to consider as her sacred rights, and she pursued the master with the desperation of an abandoned zealot. Julio had made good his escape upon learning that this beauty of youthful elegance, when seen from the back, had 2 grandchildren. "Master Desnoyers has gone out," Argensola would invariably say upon receiving her, and thereupon she would burst into tears and threats, longing to kill herself then and there, that her corpse might frighten away those other women who would come to rob her of what she considered her special privilege. Now it was Argensola who sped his companion to the street when he wished to be alone. He had only to remark casually, "I believe that Yankee is coming," and the great man would beat a hasty retreat, oftentimes in his desperate flight availing himself of the back stairs. At this time began to develop the most important event in Julio's existence. The Desnoyers family was to be united with that of Senator Lacour. Rene, his only son, had succeeded in awakening in Chichi a certain interest that was almost love. The dignitary enjoyed thinking of his son allied to the boundless plains and immense herds whose description always affected him like a marvelous tale. He was a widower, but he enjoyed giving at his home famous banquets and parties. Every new celebrity immediately suggested to him the idea of giving a dinner. No illustrious person passing through Paris, polar explorer or famous singer, could escape being exhibited in the dining room of Lacour. The son of Desnoyers, at whom he had scarcely glanced before, now inspired him with sudden interest. The senator was a thoroughly up-to-date man who did not classify glory nor distinguish reputations. It was enough for him that a name should be on everybody's lips, for him to accept it with enthusiasm. When Julio responded to his invitation, he presented him with pride to his friends and came very near to calling him dear master. The tango was monopolizing all conversation nowadays. Even in the academy they were taking it up in order to demonstrate that the youth of ancient Athens had diverted itself in a somewhat similar way, and Lacour had dreamed all his life of an Athenian republic. At these reunions, Desnoyers became acquainted with the Lauriers. He was an engineer who owned a motor factory for automobiles in the outskirts of Paris. A man about 35, tall, rather heavy and silent, with a deliberate air as though he wished to see deeply into men and things. She was of a light, frivolous character, loving life for the satisfactions and pleasures which it brought her, appearing to accept with smiling conformity the silent and grave adoration of her husband. She could not well do less with a man of his merits. Besides, she had brought to the marriage a dowry of 300,000 francs, a capital which had enabled the engineer to enlarge his business. The senator had been instrumental in arranging this marriage. He was interested in Laurier because he was the son of an old friend. Upon Marguerite Laurier, the presence of Julio flashed like a ray of sunlight in the tiresome salon of Lacour. She was dancing the fad of the hour and frequenting the tango teas, where reigned the adored Desnoyers. And to think that she was being entertained with this celebrated and interesting man that the other women were raving about, in order that he might not take her for a mere middle-class woman like the other guests at the senator's party. She spoke of her modistes, all up from the Rue de la Paix, declaring gravely that no woman who had any self-respect could possibly walk through the streets wearing a gown costing less than 800 francs, and that the hat of 1,000 francs, but a few years ago an astonishing novelty, was nowadays a very ordinary affair. This acquaintanceship made the little Laurier, as her friends called her, notwithstanding her tallness, much sought by the master of the dance, in spite of the looks of wrath and envy hurled at her by the others. What a triumph for the wife of a simple engineer who was used to going everywhere in her mother's automobile. Julio at first had supposed her like all the others who were languishing in his arms, following the rhythmic complications of the dance, but he soon found that she was very different. her coquetry after the first confidential words but increased his admiration. He really had never before been thrown with a woman of her class. Those of his first social period were the habitués of the night restaurants, paid for their witchery. Now Glory was tossing into his arms ladies of high position, but with an unconfessable past, anxious for novelties, although exceedingly mature. This middle-class woman, who would advance so confidently toward him and then retreat with such capricious outbursts of modesty, was a new type for him. The tango salons soon began to suffer a great loss. Desnoyers was permitting himself to be seen there with less frequency, handing Glory over to the professionals. Sometimes entire weeks slipped by without the 5 to 7 devotees being able to admire his black locks and his tiny patent leathers twinkling under the lights in time with his graceful movements. Marguerite was also avoiding these places. The meetings of the two were taking place in accordance with what she had read in the love stories of Paris. She was going in search of Julio, fearing to be recognized, tremulous with emotion, selecting her most inconspicuous suit and covering her face with a close veil, the veil of adultery, as her friends called it. They had their trysts in the least frequented squares of the district, frequently changing the places like timid birds that at the slightest disturbance fly to the perch a little further away. Sometimes they would meet in the Butte Chaumont. At others, they preferred the gardens on the left bank of the Seine, the Luxembourg, and even the distant Parc de Montsouris. She was always in tremors of terror lest her husband might surprise them, although she well knew that the industrious engineer was in his factory a great distance away. Her agitated aspect, her excessive precautions in order to slip by unseen, only served to attract the attention of the passers-by. Although Julio was waxing impatient with the annoyance of this wandering love affair, which only amounted to a few fugitive kisses, he finally held his peace, dominated by Marguerite's pleadings. She did not wish merely to be one of the procession of his sweethearts. It was necessary to convince herself first that this love was going to last forever. It was her first slip, and she wanted it to be the last. Ay, her former spotless reputation. What would people say? The two returned to their adolescent period, loving each other as they had never loved before, with the confident and childish passion of 15-year-olds. Julio had leaped from childhood to libertinism, taking his initiation into life at a single bound. She had desired marriage in order to acquire the respect and liberty of a married woman, but feeling toward her husband only a vague gratitude. "We end where others begin," she said to Desnoyers. Their passion took the form of an intense, reciprocal, and vulgar love. They felt a romantic sentimentality in clasping hands or exchanging kisses on a garden bench in the twilight. He was treasuring a ringlet of Marguerite's, although he doubted its genuineness, with a vague suspicion that it might be one of the latest wisps of fashion. She would cuddle down with her head on his shoulder as though imploring his protection, although always in the open air. If Julio ever attempted greater intimacy in a carriage, Madame would repel him most vigorously. A contradictory duality appeared to inspire her actions. Every morning on awaking, she would decide to yield. But then, when near him, her middle-class respectability, jealous of its reputation, kept her faithful to her mother's teachings. One day, she agreed to visit his studio with the interest that the haunts of the loved one always inspires. "Promise that you will not take advantage of me," he readily promised, swearing that everything should be as Marguerite wished. But from that day they were no longer seen in the gardens, nor wandering around persecuted by the winter winds. They preferred the studio, and Argensola had to rearrange his existence, seeking the stove of another artist friend in order to continue his reading. End of section 17. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Section 18, Part 1, Chapter 3 continued of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This state of things lasted 2 months. They never knew what secret force suddenly disturbed their tranquility. Perhaps one of her friends, guessing at the truth, had told the husband anonymously. Perhaps it was she herself unconsciously, with her inexpressible happiness, her tardy returns home when dinner was already served, and the sudden aversion which she showed toward the engineer in their hours alone, trying to keep her heart faithful to her lover. To divide her interest between her legal companion and the man she loved was a torment that her simple and vehement enthusiasm could not tolerate. While she was hurrying one night through the Rue de la Pompe, looking at her watch and trembling with impatience at not finding an automobile or even a cab, a man stood in front of her, Etienne Laurier. She always shuddered with fear on recalling that hour. For a moment she believed that he was going to kill her. Serious men, quiet and diffident, are most terrible in their explosions of wrath. Her husband knew everything. With the same patience that he employed in solving his industrial problems, he had been studying her day by day, without her ever suspecting the watchfulness behind that impassive countenance. Then he had followed her in order to complete the evidence of his misfortune. Marguerite had never supposed that he could be so common and noisy in his anger. She had expected that he would accept the facts coldly, with that slight tinge of philosophical irony usually shown by distinguished men, as the husbands of her friends had done. But the poor engineer, who outside of his work saw only his wife, loving her as a woman and adoring her as a dainty and superior being, a model of grace and elegance, could not endure the thought of her downfall, and cried and threatened without reserve, so that the scandal became known throughout their entire circle of friends. The senator felt greatly annoyed in remembering that it was in his exclusive home that the guilty ones had become acquainted. But his displeasure was visited upon the husband. What lack of good taste! Women will be women, and everything is capable of adjustment. But before the imprudent outbursts of this frantic devil, no elegant solution was possible, and there was now nothing to do but to begin divorce proceedings. Desnoyers Sr. was very indignant upon learning of this last escapade of his son. He had always had a great liking for Laurier. That instinctive bond which exists between men of industry, patient and silent, had made them very congenial. At the senator's receptions, he had always talked with the engineer about the progress of his business, interesting himself in the development of that factory of which he always spoke with the affection of a father. The millionaire, in spite of his reputation for miserliness, had even volunteered his disinterested support if at any time it should become necessary to enlarge the plant. And it was this good man's happiness that his son, a frivolous and useless dancer, was going to steal. At first, Laurier spoke of a duel. His wrath was that of a workhorse who breaks the tight reins of his laboring outfit, tosses his mane, neighs wildly, and bites. The father was greatly distressed at the possibility of such an outcome. One scandal more. Julio had dedicated the greater part of his existence to the handling of arms. "He will kill the poor man," he said to the senator. "I am sure that he will kill him. It is the logic of life. The good-for-nothing always kill those who amount to anything." But there was no killing. The father of the Republic knew how to handle the clashing parties with the same skill that he always employed in the corridors of the Senate during a ministerial crisis. The scandal was hushed up. Marguerite went to live with her mother and took the first steps for a divorce. Some evenings, when the studio clock was striking 7, she would yawn and say sadly, "I must go. I have to go, although this is my true home. Ah, what a pity that we are not married." And he, feeling a whole garden of bourgeois virtues hitherto ignored, burst into bloom, repeated in a tone of conviction, "That's so. Why are we not married?" their wishes could be realized. The husband was facilitating the step by his unexpected intervention. So young Desnoyers set forth for South America in order to raise the money and marry Marguerite. End of section 18. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Section 19, Part 1, Chapter 4 of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Cousin from Berlin. The studio of Julio Desnoyers was on the top floor, both the stairway and the elevator stopping before his door. The two tiny apartments at the back were lighted by an interior court, their only means of communication being the service stairway, which went on up to the garrets. While his comrade was away, Argensola had made the acquaintance of those in the neighboring lodgings. The largest of the apartments was empty during the day, its occupants not returning till after they had taken their evening meal in a restaurant. As both husband and wife were employed outside, they could not remain at home except on holidays. The man, vigorous and of a martial aspect, was superintendent in a big department store. He had been a soldier in Africa, wore a military decoration, and had the rank of sub-lieutenant in the reserves. She was a blonde, heavy and rather anemic, with bright eyes and a sentimental expression. On holidays she spent long hours at the piano, playing musical reveries, always the same. At other times Argensola saw her through the interior window, working in the kitchen, aided by her companion, the two laughing over their clumsiness and inexperience in preparing the Sunday dinner. The concierge thought that this woman was a German, but she herself said that she was a Swiss. She was a cashier in a shop, not the one in which her husband was employed. In the mornings they left home together, separating in the Place d'Etoile. At 7 in the evening they met here, greeting each other with a kiss, like lovers who meet for the first time, and then after supper they returned to their nest in the Rue de la Pompe. All Argensola's attempts at friendliness with these neighbors were repulsed because of their self-centeredness. They responded with freezing courtesy. They lived only for themselves. The other apartment of 2 rooms was occupied by a single man. He was a Russian or Pole who almost always returned with a package of books and passed many hours writing near the patio window. From the very first, the Spaniard took him to be a mysterious man, probably a very distinguished one, a true hero of a novel. The foreign appearance of this Tchernoff made a great impression upon him. His disheveled beard and oily locks, his spectacles upon a large nose that seemed deformed by a dagger thrust. There emanated from him, like an invisible nimbus, an odor of cheap wine and soiled clothing. When Argensola caught a glimpse of him through the service door, he would say to himself, "Ah, friend Tchernoff is returning," and thereupon he would saunter out to the stairway in order to have a chat with his neighbor. For a long time the stranger discouraged all approach to his quarters, which fact led the Spaniard to infer that he devoted himself to alchemy and kindred mysteries. When he finally was allowed to enter, he saw only books, many books, books everywhere, scattered on the floor, heaped upon benches, piled in corners, overflowing onto broken-down chairs, old tables, and a bed that was only made up now and then when the owner, alarmed by the increasing invasion of dust and cobwebs, was obliged to call in the aid of his friend, the concierge. Argensola finally realized, not without a certain disenchantment, that there was nothing mysterious in the life of the man. What he was writing near the window were merely translations, some of them ordered, others volunteer work, for the socialist periodicals. The only marvelous thing about him was the quantity of languages that he knew. "He knows them all," said the Spaniard, when describing their neighbor to Desnoyers. "He has only to hear of a new one to master it. He holds the key, the secret of all languages, living or dead. He speaks Castilian as well as we do, and yet he has never been in a Spanish-speaking country." Argensola again felt a thrill of mystery upon reading the titles of many of the volumes. The majority were old books, many of them in languages that he was not able to decipher, picked up for a song at second-hand shops or in the bookstands installed upon the parapets of the Seine. Only a man holding the key of tongues could get together such volumes. An atmosphere of mysticism, of superhuman insight, of secrets intact for many centuries appeared to emanate from these heaps of dusty volumes with worm-eaten leaves. And mixed with these ancient tomes were others, red and conspicuous, pamphlets of socialistic propaganda, leaflets in all the languages of Europe, and periodicals, many periodicals with revolutionary titles. Tchernoff did not appear to enjoy visits and conversation. He would smile enigmatically into his black beard and was very sparing with his words so as to shorten the interview. But Argensola possessed the means of winning over this sullen personage. It was only necessary for him to wink one eye with the expressive invitation, "Do we go?" and the two would soon be settled on a bench in the kitchen of Desnoyers' studio, opposite a bottle which had come from the Avenue Victor Hugo. The costly wines of Don Marcelo made the Russian more communicative. Although, in spite of this aid, the Spaniard learned little of his neighbor's real existence. Sometimes he would mention Jaurès and other socialistic orators. His surest means of existence was the translation of periodicals or party papers. On various occasions, the name of Siberia escaped from his lips, and he admitted that he had been there a long time. But he did not care to talk about a country visited against his will. He would merely smile modestly, showing plainly that he did not wish to make any further revelations. The morning after the return of Julio Desnoyers, while Argensola was talking on the stairway with Tchernoff, the bell rang. How annoying! The Russian, who was well up in advanced politics, was just explaining the plans advanced by Jaurès. There were still many who hoped that war might be averted. He had his motives for doubting it. He, Tchernoff, was commenting on these illusions with the smile of a flat-nosed sphinx, when the bell rang for a second time, so that Argensola was obliged to break away from his interesting friend and run to open the main door. A gentleman wished to see Julio. He spoke very correct French, though his accent was a revelation for Argensola. Upon going into the bedroom in search of his master, who was just arising, he said confidently, "It's the cousin from Berlin who has come to say goodbye. It could not be anyone else." When the three came together in the studio, Desnoyers presented his comrade in order that the visitor might not make any mistake in regard to his social status. "I have heard him spoken of. The gentleman is Argensola, a very deserving youth." Dr. Julius von Hartrott said this with the self-sufficiency of a man who knows everything and wishes to be agreeable to an inferior, conceding him the alms of his attention. The two cousins confronted each other with a curiosity not altogether free from distrust. Although closely related, they knew each other very slightly, tacitly admitting complete divergence in opinions and tastes. After slowly examining the sage, Argensola came to the conclusion that he looked like an officer dressed as a civilian. He noticed in his person an effort to imitate the soldierly when occasionally discarding uniform, the ambition of every German burgher wishing to be taken for the superior class. His trousers were narrow, as though intended to be tucked into cavalry boots. His coat, with the 2 rows of buttons, had the contracted waist with very full skirt and upstanding lapels, suggesting vaguely a military greatcoat. The reddish mustachio, strong jaw, and shaved head completed his would-be martial appearance. But his eyes, large, dark-circled, and nearsighted, were the eyes of a student taking refuge behind great, thick glasses, which gave him the aspect of a man of peace. Desnoyers knew that he was an assistant professor of the university, that he had published a few volumes, fat and heavy as bricks, and that he was a member of an academic society collaborating in documentary research directed by a famous historian. In his lapel, he was wearing the badge of a foreign order. Julio's respect for the learned member of the family was not unmixed with contempt. He and his sister Chichi had from childhood felt an instinctive hostility toward the cousins from Berlin. It annoyed him, too, to have his family everlastingly holding up as a model this pedant who only knew life as it is in books and passed his existence investigating what men had done in other epochs in order to draw conclusions in harmony with Germany's views. While young Desnoyers had great facility for admiration and reverenced all those whose arguments Argensola had doled out to him, he drew the line at accepting the intellectual grandeur of this illustrious relative. During his stay in Berlin, a German word for vulgar invention had enabled him to classify this prig. Heavy books of minute investigation were every month being published by the dozens in the fatherland. There was not a professor who could resist the temptation of constructing from the simplest detail an enormous volume written in a dull, involved style. The people, therefore, appreciating that these nearsighted authors were incapable of any genial vision of comradeship, called them Sitzfleischhaber, because of the very long sittings which their works represented. That was what this cousin was for him, a mere Sitzfleischhaber. Dr. von Hartrott, on explaining his visit, spoke in Spanish. He availed himself of this language used by the family during his childhood as a precaution, looking around repeatedly as if he feared to be heard. He had come to bid his cousin farewell. His mother had told him of his return, and he had not wished to leave Paris without seeing him. He was leaving in a few hours, since matters were growing more strained. "But do you really believe that there will be war?" asked Desnoyers. "War will be declared tomorrow or the day after. Nothing can prevent it now. It is necessary for the welfare of humanity." Silence followed this speech, Julio and Argensola looking with astonishment at this peaceable-looking man who had just spoken with such martial arrogance. The two suspected that the professor was making this visit in order to give vent to his opinions and enthusiasms. At the same time, perhaps, he was trying to find out what they might think and know as one of the many viewpoints of the people in Paris. "You are not French," he added, looking at his cousin. "You were born in Argentina, so before you I may speak the truth." "And were you not born there?" asked Julio, smiling. The doctor made a gesture of protest, as though he had just heard something insulting. "No, I am a German. No matter where a German may be born, he always belongs to his mother country." Then, turning to Argensola, "This gentleman, too, is a foreigner. He comes from noble Spain, which owes to us the best that it has, the worship of honor, the knightly spirit." The Spaniard wished to remonstrate, but the sage would not permit, adding in an oracular tone, "You were miserable Celts, sunk in the vileness of an inferior and mongrel race, whose domination by Rome but made your situation worse. Fortunately, you were conquered by the Goths and others of our race, who implanted in you a sense of personal dignity. Do not forget, young man, that the Vandals were the ancestors of the Prussians of today." Again Argensola tried to speak, but his friend signed to him not to interrupt the professor, who appeared to have forgotten his former reserve and was working up to an enthusiastic pitch with his own words. "We are going to witness great events," he continued. "Fortunate are those born in this epoch, the most interesting in history. At this very moment, humanity is changing its course. Now the true civilization begins. The war, according to him, was going to be of a brevity hitherto unseen. Germany had been preparing herself to bring about this event without any long economic world disturbance. A single month would be enough to crush France, the most to be feared of their adversaries. Then they would march against Russia, who with her slow, clumsy movements could not oppose an immediate defense. Finally, they would attack haughty England, so isolated in its archipelago that it could not obstruct the sweep of German progress. This would make a series of rapid blows and overwhelming victories, requiring only a summer in which to play this magnificent role. The fall of the leaves in the following autumn would greet the definite triumph of Germany. With the assurance of a professor who does not expect his dictum to be refuted by his hearers, he explained the superiority of the German race. All mankind was divided into two groups, dolicephalus and the brachycephalus, according to the shape of the skull. Another scientific classification divided men into the light-haired and dark-haired. The dolicephalus, arched heads, represented purity of race and superior mentality. The brachycephalus, flatheads, were mongrels with all the stigma of degeneration. The German, dolicephalus par excellence, was the only descendant of the primitive Aryans. All the other nations, especially those of the south of Europe, called Latins, belonged to a degenerate humanity. The Spaniard could not contain himself any longer. But no person with any intelligence believes any more in those antique theories of race. What if there no longer existed a people of absolutely pure blood, owing to thousands of admixtures due to historical conquests? Many Germans bore the identical ethnic marks which the professor was attributing to the inferior races. There is something in that, admitted Hartelt. But although the German race may not be perfectly pure, it is the least impure of all races and therefore should have dominion over the world. His voice took on an ironic and cutting edge when speaking of the Celts, inhabitants of the lands of the south. They had retarded the progress of humanity, deflecting it in the wrong direction. The Celt is individualistic and consequently an ungovernable revolutionary who tends to socialism. Furthermore, he is a humanitarian and makes a virtue of mercy, defending the existence of the weak who do not amount to anything. The illustrious German places above everything else method and power. Elected by nature to command the impotent races, he possesses all the qualifications that distinguish the superior leader. The French Revolution was merely a clash between Teutons and Celts. The nobility of France were descended from Germanic warriors, established in the country after the so-called invasion of the barbarians. The middle and lower classes were the Gallic Celtic element. The inferior race had conquered the superior, disorganizing the country and perturbing the world. Celtism was the inventor of democracy, of the doctrines of socialism and anarchy. Now the hour of Germanic retaliation was about to strike, and the northern race would re-establish order, since God had favored it by demonstrating its indisputable superiority. A nation, he added, can aspire to great destinies only when it is fundamentally Teutonic. The less German it is, the less its civilization amounts to. We represent the aristocracy of humanity, the salt of the earth, as our Williams said. End of section 19. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Section 20, Part 1, Chapter 4 continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Argensola was listening with astonishment to this outpouring of conceit. All the great nations had passed through the fever of imperialism. The Greeks aspired to world rule because they were the most civilized and believed themselves the most fit to give civilization to the rest of mankind. The Romans, upon conquering countries, implanted law and rule of justice. The French of the Revolution and the Empire justified their invasions on the plea that they wished to liberate mankind and spread abroad new ideas. Even the Spaniards of the 16th century, when battling half of Europe for religious unity and the extermination of heresy, were working toward their ideals, obscure and perhaps erroneous, but disinterested. All the nations of history had been struggling for something which they had considered generous and above their own interests. Germany alone, according to this professor, was trying to impose itself upon the world in the name of racial superiority, a superiority that nobody had recognized, that she was arrogating to herself, coating her affirmations with a varnish of false science. Until now, wars have been carried on by the soldiery, continued Hartrott. That which is now going to begin will be waged by a combination of soldiers and professors. In its preparation, the university has taken as much part as the military staff. German science, leader of all sciences, is united forever with what the Latin revolutionists disdainfully term militarism. Force, mistress of the world, is what creates right, that which our truly unique civilization imposes. Our armies are the representatives of our culture, and in a few weeks we shall free the world from its decadence, completely rejuvenating it. The vision of the immense future of his race was leading him on to expose himself with lyrical enthusiasm. William I, Bismarck, all the heroes of past victories inspired his veneration, but he spoke of them as dying gods whose hour had passed. They were glorious ancestors of modest pretensions who had confined their activities to enlarging the frontiers and to establishing the unity of the empire, afterwards opposing themselves with the prudence of valetudinarians to the daring of the new generation. Their ambitions went no further than a continental hegemony. But now William II had leaped into the arena, the complex hero that the country required. Lamprecht, my master, has pictured his greatness. It is tradition, and the future method and audacity. Like his grandfather, the emperor holds the conviction of what monarchy, by the grace of God, represents. But his vivid and modern intelligence recognizes and accepts modern conditions. At the same time that he is romantic, feudal, and a supporter of the agrarian conservatives, he is also an up-to-date man who seeks practical solutions and shows a utilitarian spirit. In him are correctly balanced instinct and reason. Germany, guided by this hero, had, according to Hartrott, been concentrating its strength and recognizing its true path. The university supported him even more unanimously than the army. Why store up so much power and maintain it without employment? The empire of the world belongs to the German people. The historians and philosophers, disciples of Treitschke, were taking it upon themselves to frame the rights that would justify this universal domination. And Lamprecht, the psychological historian, like the other professors, was launching the belief in the absolute superiority of the Germanic race. It was just that it should rule the world, since it only had the power to do so. This Tellurian Germanization was to be of immense benefit to mankind. The earth was going to be happy under the dictatorship of a people born for mastery. The German state, tentacular potency, would eclipse with its glory the most imposing empire of the past and present. Gott mit uns. Who will be able to deny, as my master says, that there exists a Christian German God, the great ally, who is showing himself to our enemies, the foreigners, as a strong and jealous divinity? Desnoyers was listening to his cousin with astonishment, and at the same time looking at Argensola, who with a flutter of his eyes seemed to be saying to him, "He is mad. These Germans are simply mad with pride." Meanwhile, the professor, unable to curb his enthusiasm, continued expounding the grandeur of his race. From his viewpoint, the providential Kaiser had shown inexplicable weakenings. He was too good and too kind, deliciae generis humani, as had said Professor Lasson, another of Hartrott's masters. Able to overthrow everything with his annihilating power, the emperor was limiting himself merely to maintaining peace. But the nation did not wish to stop there, and was pushing its leader until it had him started. It was useless now to put on the brakes. He who does not advance recedes. That was the cry of pan-Germanism to the emperor. He must press on in order to conquer the entire world. "And now war comes," continued the pedant. "We need the colonies of the others, even though Bismarck, through an error of his stubborn old age, exacted nothing at the time of universal distribution, letting England and France get possession of the best lands. We must control all countries that have Germanic blood and have been civilized by our forebears." Hartrott enumerated these countries. Holland and Belgium were German. France, through the Franks, was 1/3 Teutonic blood. Italy. Here the professor hesitated, recalling the fact that this nation was still an ally, certainly a little insecure, but still united by diplomatic bonds. He mentioned nevertheless the Longobards and other races coming from the north. Spain and Portugal had been populated by the ruddy Goth, and also belonged to the dominant race. And since the majority of the nations of America were of Spanish and Portuguese origin, they should also be included in this recovery. "It is a little premature to think of these last nations just yet," added the doctor modestly, "but someday the hour of justice will sound. After our continental triumph, we shall have time to think of their fate. North America also should receive our civilizing influence, for there are living millions of Germans who have created its greatness." He was talking of the future conquests as though they were marks of distinction with which his country was going to favor other countries. These were to continue living politically the same as before, with their individual governments, but subject to the Teutons, like miners requiring the strong hand of a master. They would form the universal United States with the hereditary and all-powerful president, the Emperor of Germany, receiving all the benefits of Germanic culture, working disciplined under his industrial direction. But the world is ungrateful, and human badness always opposes itself to progress. "We have no illusions," sighed the professor with lofty sadness. "We have no friends. All look upon us with jealousy as dangerous beings because we are the most intelligent, the most active, and have proved ourselves superior to all others. But since they no longer love us, let them fear us. As my friend Mann says, although Kultur is the spiritual organization of the world, it does not exclude bloody savagery when that becomes necessary. Kultur sanctifies the demon within us and is above morality, reason, and science. We are going to impose Kultur by force of the cannon." Argensola continued saying with his eyes, "They are crazy, crazy with pride. What can the world expect of such people?" Desnoyers here intervened in order to brighten this gloomy monologue with a little optimism. War had not yet been positively declared. The diplomats were still trying to arrange matters. Perhaps it might all turn out peaceably in the last minute, as had so often happened before. His cousin was seeing things entirely distorted by an aggressive enthusiasm. Oh, the ironical, ferocious, and cutting smile of the doctor. Argensola had never known old Madariaga, but it nevertheless occurred to him that in this fashion sharks must smile, although he too had never seen a shark. "It is war," boomed Hartrott. "When I left Germany 15 days ago, I knew that war was inevitable." The certainty with which he said this dissipated all Julio's hope. Moreover, this man's trip on the pretext of seeing his mother disquieted him. On what mission had Dr. Julius von Hartrott come to Paris? "Well then," asked Desnoyers, "why so many diplomatic interviews? Why does the German government intervene at all, although in such a lukewarm way, in the struggle between Austria and Servia? Would it not be better to declare war right out?" The professor replied with simplicity, "Our government undoubtedly wishes that the others should declare the war. The role of outraged dignity is always the most pleasing one and justifies all ulterior resolutions, however extreme they may seem. There are some of our people who are living comfortably and do not desire war. It is expedient to make them believe that those who impose it upon us are our enemies, so that they may feel the necessity of defending themselves. Only superior minds reach the conviction of the great advancement that can be accomplished by the sword alone, and that war, as our Grand Trashka says, is the highest form of progress. Again he smiled with a ferocious expression. Morality, from his point of view, should exist among individuals only to make them more obedient and disciplined. For morality per se impedes governments, and should be suppressed as a useless obstacle. For the state there exists neither truth nor falsehood. It only recognizes the utility of things. The glorious Bismarck, in order to consummate the war with France, the base of German grandeur, had not hesitated to falsify a telegraphic dispatch. And remember that he is the most glorious hero of our time. History looks leniently upon his heroic feat. Who would accuse the one who triumphs? Professor Hans Delbuch has written with reason, "Blessed be the hand that falsified the telegram of Ems." It was convenient to have the war break out immediately in order that events might result favorably for Germany, whose enemies are totally unprepared. Preventive war was recommended by General Bernhardi and other illustrious patriots. It would be dangerous indeed to defer the declaration of war until the enemies had fortified themselves so that they should be the ones to make war. Besides, to the Germans, what kind of deterrence could law and other fictions invented by weak nations possibly be? No, they had the power, and power creates new laws. If they proved to be the victors, history would not investigate too closely the means by which they had conquered. It was Germany that was going to win, and the priests of all cults would finally sanctify with their chants the blessed war, if it led to triumph. We are not making war in order to punish the Servian regicides, nor to free the Poles, nor the others oppressed by Russia, stopping there in admiration of our disinterested magnanimity. We wish to wage it because we are the first people of Earth and should extend our activity over the entire planet. Germany's hour has sounded. We are going to take our place as the powerful mistress of the world. The place which Spain occupied in former centuries, afterwards France, and England today. What those people accomplished in a struggle of many years, we are going to bring about in 4 months. The storm flag of the empire is now going to wave over nations and oceans. The sun is going to shine on a great slaughter. Old Rome, sick unto death, called barbarians, the Germans who opened the grave. The world today also smells death and will surely call us barbarians. So be it. When Tangiers and Toulouse, Ampere and Calais have become submissive to German barbarism, then we will speak further of this matter. We have the power, and who has that needs neither to hesitate nor to argue. Power. That is the beautiful word, the only word that rings true and clear. Power. One sure stab, and all argument is answered forever. But are you so sure of victory? Asked Desnoyers. Sometimes destiny gives us great surprises. There are hidden forces that we must take into consideration, or they may overturn the best laid plans. The smile of the doctor became increasingly scornful and arrogant. Everything had been foreseen and studied out long ago with the most minute Germanic method. What had they to fear? The enemy most to be reckoned with was France, incapable of resisting the enervating moral influences, the sufferings, the strain and privations of war. A nation physically debilitated and so poisoned by revolutionary spirit that it had laid aside the use of arms through an exaggerated love of comfort. Our generals, he announced, are going to leave her in such a state that she will never again cross our path. There was Russia, too, to consider, but her amorphous masses were slow to assemble and unwieldy to move. The executive staff of Berlin had timed everything by measure for crushing France in 4 weeks, and would then lead its enormous forces against the Russian Empire before it could begin action. "We shall finish with the bear after killing the cock," affirmed the professor triumphantly. But guessing some objection from his cousin, he hastened on. "I know what you were going to tell me. There remains another enemy, one that has not yet leaped into the lists, but which all the Germans are waiting for. That one inspires more hatred than all the others put together, because it is of our blood, because it is a traitor to the race. Ah, how we loathe it!" And in the tone in which these words were uttered throbbed an expression of hatred and a thirst for vengeance which astonished both listeners. "Even though England attack us," continued Hartrott, "we shall conquer, notwithstanding. This adversary is not more terrible than the others. For the past century she has ruled the world. Upon the fall of Napoleon she seized the continental hegemony and will fight to keep it. But what does her energy amount to? As our Bernhardi says, the English people are merely a nation of renters and sportsmen. Their army is formed from the dregs of the nation. The country lacks military spirit. We are a people of warriors, and it will be an easy thing for us to conquer the English, debilitated by a false conception of life." The doctor paused, then added, "We are counting on the internal corruption of our enemies, on their lack of unity. God will aid us by sowing confusion among these detested people. In a few days you will see His hand. Revolution is going to break out in France at the same time as war. The people of Paris will build barricades in the streets, and the scenes of the Commune will repeat themselves. Tunis, Algiers, and all their other possessions are about to rise against the metropolis." Argensola seized the opportunity to smile with an aggressive incredulity. "I repeat it," insisted Hartrott, "that this country is going to have internal revolution and colonial insurrection. I know perfectly well what I am talking about. Russia will also break out into revolution with a red flag that will force the Tsar to beg for mercy on his knees. You have only to read the papers of the recent strikes in St. Petersburg and the manifestations of the strikers with the pretext of President Poincaré's visit. England will see her appeals to her colonies completely ignored. India is going to rise against her, and Egypt, too, will seize this opportunity for her emancipation." Julio was beginning to be impressed by these affirmations enunciated with such oracular certainty, and he felt almost irritated at the incredulous Argensola, who continued looking insolently at the seer, repeating with his winking eyes, "He is insane, insane with pride." The man certainly must have strong reasons for making such awful prophecies. His presence in Paris just at this time was difficult for Desnoyers to understand, and gave to his words a mysterious authority. "But the nations will defend themselves," he protested to his cousin. "Victory will not be such a very simple thing as you imagine." "Yes, they will defend themselves, and the struggle will be fiercely contested. It appears that of late years France has been paying some attention to her army. We shall undoubtedly encounter some resistance. Triumph may be somewhat difficult, but we are going to prevail. You have no idea to what extent the offensive power of Germany has attained. Nobody knows with certainty beyond the frontiers. If our foes should comprehend it in all its immensity, they would fall on their knees beforehand to beg for mercy, thus obviating the necessity for useless sacrifices. End of section 20. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Section 21, Part 1, Chapter 4, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. There was a long silence. Julius von Hartrott appeared lost in reverie. The very thought of the accumulated strength of his race submerged him in a species of mystic adoration. "The preliminary victory," he suddenly exclaimed, "we gained some time ago. Our enemies, therefore, hate us, and yet they imitate us. All that bears the stamp of Germany is in demand throughout the world. The very countries that are trying to resist our arms copy our methods in their universities and admire our theories, even those which do not attain success in Germany. Oftentimes we laugh among ourselves, like the Roman augurs, upon seeing the servility with which they follow us, and yet they will not admit our superiority." For the first time, Argensola's eyes and general expression approved the words of Hartrott. What he had just said was only too true. The world was a victim of the German superstition, an intellectual cowardice. The fear of force had made it admire en masse and indiscriminately everything of Teutonic origin, just because of the intensity of its glitter. Gold mixed with talcum. The so-called Latins, dazed with admiration, were with unreasonable pessimism becoming doubtful of their ability, and thus were the first to decree their own death. And the conceited Germans merely had to repeat the words of these pessimists in order to strengthen their belief in their own superiority. With that southern temperament which leaps rapidly from one extreme to another, many Latins had proclaimed that in the world of the future there would be no place for the Latin peoples, now in their death agony, adding that Germany alone preserved the latent forces of civilization. The French, who declaimed among themselves with the greatest exaggeration, unconscious that folks were listening the other side of the door, had proclaimed repeatedly for many years past that France was degenerating rapidly and would soon vanish from the earth. Then why should they resent the scorn of their enemies? Why shouldn't the Germans share their beliefs? The professor, misinterpreting the silent agreement of the Spaniard, who until then had been listening with such a hostile smile, added, "Now is the time to try out in France the German culture, implanting it there as conquerors." Here Argensola interrupted. "And what if there is no such thing as German culture, as a celebrated Teuton says?" It had become necessary to contradict this pedant, who had become insufferable with his egotism. Hartrott almost jumped from his chair on hearing such a doubt. What German is that? Nietzsche. The professor looked at him pityingly. Nietzsche had said to mankind, "Be harsh," affirming that a righteous war sanctifies every cause. He had exalted Bismarck. He had taken part in the War of '70. He was glorifying Germany when he spoke of the smiling lion and the blonde beast. But Argensola listened with the tranquility of one sure of his ground. Oh, hours of placid reading near the studio chimney, listening to the rain beating against the pane. The philosopher did say that, he admitted, and he said many other very different things, like all great thinkers. His doctrine is one of pride, but of individual pride, not that of a nation or race. He always spoke against the insidious fallacy of race. Argensola recalled his philosophy word for word. Culture, according to Nietzsche, was unity of style in all the manifestations of life. Science did not necessarily include culture. Great knowledge might be accompanied by great barbarity, by the absence of style, or by the chaotic confusion of all styles. Germany, according to the philosopher, had no genuine culture owing to its lack of style. The French, he had said, were at the head of an authentic and fruitful culture, whatever their valor might be, and until now everybody had drawn upon it. Their hatreds were concentrated within their own country. I cannot endure Germany. The spirit of servility and pettiness penetrates everywhere. I believe only in French culture, and what the rest of Europe calls culture appears to me to be a mistake. The few individual cases of lofty culture that I met in Germany were of French origin. You know, continued Argensola, that in quarreling with Wagner about the excess of Germanism in his art, Nietzsche proclaimed the necessity of Mediterraneanizing music. His ideal was a culture for all Europe, but with a Latin base. Julius von Hartrott replied most disdainfully to this, repeating the Spaniard's very words. Men who thought much said many things. Besides, Nietzsche was a poet, completely demented at his death, and was no authority among the university sages. His fame had only been recognized in foreign lands, and he paid no further attention to the youth, ignoring him as though he had evaporated into thin air after his presumption. All the professor's attention was now concentrated on Desnoyers. This country, he resumed, is dying from within. How can you doubt that revolution will break out the minute war is declared? Have you not noticed the agitation of the boulevard on account of the Caillot trial? Reactionaries and revolutionists have been assaulting each other for the past 3 days. I have seen them challenging one another with shouts and songs, as if they were going to come to blows right in the middle of the street. This division of opinion will become accentuated when our troops cross the frontier. It will then be civil war. The anti-militarists are clamoring mournfully, believing that it is in the power of the government to prevent the clash. A country degenerated by democracy and by the inferiority of the triumphant Celt, greedy for full liberty. We are the only free people on earth because we know how to obey. This paradox made Julio smile. Germany, the only free people. It is so, persisted Hartrott energetically. We have the liberty best suited to a great people, economical and intellectual liberty. And political liberty? The professor received this question with a scornful shrug. Political liberty. Only decadent and ungovernable people, inferior races, anxious for equality and democratic confusion talk about political liberty. We Germans do not need it. We are a nation of masters who recognize the sacredness of government, and we wish to be commanded by those of superior birth. We possess the genius of organization. That, according to the doctor, was the grand German secret. And the Teutonic race, upon taking possession of the world, would share its discovery with all. The nations would then be so organized that each individual would give the maximum of service to society. Humanity, banded in regiments for every class of production, obeying a superior officer like machines, contributing to the greatest possible output of labor. There you have the perfect state. Liberty was a purely negative idea, if not accompanied with a positive concept which would make it useful. The two friends listened with astonishment to this description of the future which Teutonic superiority was offering to the world. Every individual submitted to intensive production, the same as a bit of land from which its owner wishes to get the greatest number of vegetables. Mankind reduced to mechanics, no useless operations that would not produce immediate results. And the people who heralded this awful idea were the very philosophers and idealists who had once given contemplation and reflection the first place in their existence. Hartrott again harked back to the inferiority of their racial enemies. In order to combat successfully, it required self-assurance and unquenchable confidence in the superiority of their own powers. At this very hour in Berlin, everyone is accepting war. Everyone is believing that victory is sure, while here, I do not say that the French are afraid. They have a brave past that galvanizes them at certain times, but they are so depressed that it is easy to guess that they will make almost any sacrifices in order to evade what is coming upon them. The people first will shout with enthusiasm, as it always cheers that which carries it to perdition. The upper classes have no faith in the future. They are keeping quiet, but the presentiment of disaster may easily be conjectured. Yesterday I was talking with your father. He is French and he is rich. He was indignant against the government of his country for involving the nation in the European conflict in order to defend a distant and uninteresting people. He complains of the exalted patriots who have opened the abyss between Germany and France, preventing a reconciliation. He says that Alsace and Lorraine are not worth what a war would cost in men and money. He recognizes our greatness and is convinced that we have progressed so rapidly that the other countries cannot come up to us. And as your father thinks, so do many others. All those who are wrapped in creature comfort and fear to lose it. Believe me, a country that hesitates and fears war is conquered before the first battle. Julio evinced a certain disquietude, as though he would like to cut short the conversation. Just leave my father out of it. He speaks that way today because war is not yet an accomplished fact, and he has to contradict and vent his indignation on whoever comes near him. Tomorrow he will say just the opposite. My father is a Latin. The professor looked at his watch. He must go. There were still many things which he had to do before going to the station. The Germans living in Paris had fled in great bands, as though a secret order had been circulating among them. That afternoon, the last of those who had been living ostensibly in the capital would depart. I have come to see you because of our family interest, because it was my duty to give you fair warning. You are a foreigner, and nothing holds you here. If you are desirous of witnessing a great historic event, remain. But it will be better for you to go. The war is going to be ruthless, very ruthless. And if Paris attempts resistance, as formerly, we shall see terrible things. Modes of offense have greatly changed. Desnoyers made a gesture of indifference. Same as your father, observed the professor. Last night, he and all your family responded in the same way. Even my mother prefers to remain with her sister, saying that the Germans are very good, very civilized, and there is nothing to apprehend in their triumph. This good opinion seemed to be troubling the doctor. They don't understand what modern warfare means. They ignore the fact that our generals have studied the art of overcoming the enemy, and they will apply it mercilessly. Ruthlessness is the only means, since it perturbs the intelligence of the enemy, paralyzes his action, and pulverizes his resistance. The more ferocious the war, the more quickly it is concluded. To punish with cruelty is to proceed humanely. Therefore, Germany is going to be cruel, with a cruelty hitherto unseen, in order that the conflict may not be prolonged. He had risen and was standing, cane and straw hat in hand. Argensola was looking at him with frank hostility. The professor, obliged to pass near him, did so with a stiff and disdainful nod. Then he started toward the door, accompanied by his cousin. The farewell was brief. I repeat my counsel. If you do not like danger, go. It may be that I am mistaken, and that this nation, convinced of the uselessness of defense, may give itself up voluntarily. At any rate, we shall soon see. I shall take great pleasure in returning to Paris when the flag of the Empire is floating over the Eiffel Tower. A mere matter of 3 or 4 weeks. Certainly by the beginning of September, France was going to disappear from the map. To the doctor, her death was a foregone conclusion. Paris will remain, he admitted benevolently. The French will remain because a nation is not easily suppressed. But they will not retain their former place. We shall govern the world. They will continue to occupy themselves in inventing fashions, in making life agreeable for visiting foreigners, and in the intellectual world we shall encourage them to educate good actresses, to produce entertaining novels, and to write witty comedies. Nothing more. Desnoyers laughed as he shook his cousin's hand, pretending to take his words as a paradox. I mean it, insisted Hartwell. The last hour of the French Republic as an important nation has sounded. I have studied it at close range, and it deserves no better fate. License and lack of confidence above, sterile enthusiasm below. Upon turning his head, he again caught Argensola's malicious smile. We know all about that kind of study, he added aggressively. We are accustomed to examine the nations of the past, to dissect them fiber by fiber, so that we recognize at a glance the psychology of the living. The Bohemian fancied that he saw a surgeon talking self-sufficiently about the mysteries of the will before a corpse. What did this pedantic interpreter of dead documents know about life? When the door closed, he approached his friend, who was returning somewhat dismayed. Argensola no longer considered Dr. Julius von Hartrott crazy. "What a brute!" he exclaimed, throwing up his hands. "And to think that they are at large, these originators of gloomy errors! Who would ever believe that they belong to the same land that produced Kant, the pacifist, the serene Goethe, and Beethoven? To think that for so many years we have believed that they were forming a nation of dreamers and philosophers, occupied in working disinterestedly for all mankind." The sentence of a German geographer recurred to him. The German is bicephalous. With one head he dreams and poetizes, while with the other he thinks and executes. Desnoyers was now beginning to feel depressed at the certainty of war. This professor seemed to him even worse than the Herr Counselor and the other Germans that he had met on the steamer. His distress was not only because of his selfish thought as to how the catastrophe was going to affect his plans with Marguerite. He was suddenly discovering that in this hour of uncertainty he loved France. He recognized it as his father's native land and the scene of the great revolution. Although he had never mixed in political campaigns, he was a Republican at heart and had often ridiculed certain of his friends who adored kings and emperors, thinking it a great sign of distinction. Argensola tried to cheer him up. "Who knows? This is a country of surprises. One must see the Frenchman when he tries to remedy his want of foresight. Let that barbarian of a cousin of yours say what he will, there is order, there is enthusiasm. Worse off than we were those who lived in the days before Valmy, entirely disorganized, their only defense battalions of laborers and countrymen handling a gun for the first time. But nevertheless, the Europe of the old monarchies could not for 20 years free themselves from these improvised warriors." End of section 21. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Section 22, Part 1, Chapter 5 of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, in which appear the Four Horsemen. The two friends now lived a feverish life, considerably accelerated by the rapidity with which events succeeded each other. Every hour brought forth an astonishing bit of news, generally false, which changed opinions very suddenly. As soon as the danger of war seemed arrested, the report would spread that mobilization was going to be ordered within a few minutes. Within each 24 hours were compressed the disquietude, anxiety, and nervous waste of a normal year. And that which was aggravating the situation still more was the uncertainty, the expectation of the event, feared but still invisible, the distress on account of a danger continually threatening but never arriving. History in the making was like a stream overflowing its banks, events overlapping each other like the waves of an inundation. Austria was declaring war with Servia, while the diplomats of the great powers were continuing their efforts to stem the tide. The electric web girdling the planet was vibrating incessantly in the depths of the ocean and on the peaks of the continents, transmitting alternate hopes and fears. Russia was mobilizing a part of its army. Germany, with its troops in readiness, under the pretext of maneuvers, was decreeing a state of threatened war. The Austrians, regardless of the efforts of diplomacy, were beginning the bombardment of Belgrade. William II, fearing that the intervention of the powers might settle the differences between the Tsar and the Emperor of Austria, was forcing the course of events by declaring war upon Russia. Then Germany began isolating herself, cutting off railroad and telegraphic communications in order to shroud in mystery her invading forces. France was watching this avalanche of events, temperate in its words and enthusiasm. A cool and grave resolution was noticeable everywhere. 2 generations had come into the world informed as soon as they reached a reasonable age that some day there would undoubtedly be war. Nobody wanted it, the adversary imposed it, but all were accepting it with the firm intention of fulfilling their duty. During the daytime, Paris was very quiet, concentrating the mind on the work at hand. Only a few groups of exalted patriots, following the tricolored flag, were passing through the Place de la Concorde in order to salute the statue of Strasbourg. The people were accosting each other in a friendly way in the streets. Everybody seemed to know everybody else, although they might not have met before. Eye attracted eye, and smiles appeared to broaden mutually with the sympathy of a common interest. The women were sad, but speaking cheerily in order to hide their emotions. In the long summer twilight, the boulevards were filling with crowds. Those from the outlying districts were converging toward the center of the city, as in the remote revolutionary days, banding together in groups, forming an endless multitude from which came shouts and songs. These manifestations were passing through the center under the electric lights that were just being turned on, the processions generally lasting until midnight, with the national banner floating above the walking crowds, escorted by the flags of other nations. It was on one of these nights of sincere enthusiasm that the two friends heard an unexpected, astonishing piece of news. "They have killed Jaurès." The groups were repeating it from one to another with an amazement which seemed to overpower their grief. Jaurès assassinated! And what for? The best popular element, which instinctively seeks an explanation of every proceeding, remained in suspense, not knowing which way to turn. The tribune dead at the very moment that his word as welder of the people was most needed. Argensola thought immediately of Tchernoff. What will our neighbors say? The quiet, orderly people of Paris were fearing a revolution, and for a few moments Desnoyers believed that his cousin's auguries were about to be fulfilled. This assassination, with its retaliations, might be the signal for civil war. But the masses of the people, worn out with grief at the death of their hero, were waiting in tragic silence. All were seeing beyond his dead body the image of the country. By the following morning, the danger had vanished. The laboring classes were talking of generals and war, showing each other their little military memorandums, announcing the date of their departure as soon as the order of mobilization should be published. "I go the second day." "I the first." Those of the standing army who were on leave were recalled individually to the barracks. All these events were tending in the same direction: war. The Germans were invading Luxembourg. The Germans were ordering their armies to invade the French frontier, when their ambassador was still in Paris, making promises of peace. On the day after the death of Jaurès, the 1st of August, the people were crowding around some pieces of paper written by hand and in evident haste. These papers were copies of other larger printed sheets headed by two crossed flags. "It has come. It is now a fact." It was the order for general mobilization. All France was about to take up arms, and chests seemed to expand with a sigh of relief. Eyes were sparkling with excitement. The nightmare was at last over. Cruel reality was preferable to the uncertainty of days and days, each as long as a week. In vain. President Poincaré, animated by a last hope, was explaining to the French that mobilization is not necessarily war, that a call to arms may be simply a preventive measure. "It is war, inevitable war," said the populace with a fatalistic expression. And those who were going to start that very night or the following day were the most eager and enthusiastic. "Now those who seek us are going to find us. Vive la France!" The Chant du Départ, the martial hymn of the volunteers of the First Republic, had been exhumed by the instinct of a people which seek the voice of art in its most critical moments. The stanzas of the conservative Chenier, adapted to a music of warlike solemnity, were resounding through the streets at the same time as the Marseillaise. La République nous appelle. Sachons vaincre ou sachons périr. Un Français doit vivre pour elle un Français doit mourir. The mobilization began at midnight, to the minute. At dusk, groups of men began moving through the streets towards the stations. Their families were walking beside them, carrying the valise or bundle of clothes. They were escorted by the friends of their district. The tricolored flag borne aloft at the head of these platoons. The reserves were donning their old uniforms, which presented all the difficulties of suits long ago forgotten. With new leather belts and their revolvers at their sides, they were betaking themselves to the railway, which was to carry them to the point of concentration. One of their children was carrying an old sword in its cloth sheath. The wife was hanging on his arm, sad and proud at the same time, giving her last counsels in a loving whisper. Streetcars, automobiles, and cabs rolled by with crazy velocity. Nobody had ever seen so many vehicles in the Paris streets. Yet if anybody needed one, he called in vain to the conductors, for none wished to serve mere civilians. All means of transportation were for military men. All roads ended at the railroad stations. The heavy trucks of the administration, filled with sacks, were saluted with general enthusiasm. Hurrah for the army! The soldiers in mechanics' garb, on top of the swaying pyramid, replied to the cheers, waving their arms and uttering shouts that nobody pretended to understand. Fraternity had created a tolerance hitherto unknown. The crowds were pressing forward, but in their encounters invariably preserved good order. Vehicles were running into each other, and when the conductors resorted to the customary threats, the crowds would intervene and make them shake hands. 3 cheers for France! The pedestrians, escaping between the wheels of the automobiles, were laughing and good-naturedly reproaching the chauffeur with, "Would you kill a Frenchman on his way to his regiment?" And the conductor would reply, "I, too, am going in a few hours. This is my last trip." As night approached, cars and cabs were running with increasing irregularity. Many of the employees having abandoned their posts to take leave of their families and make the train. All the life of Paris was concentrating itself in a half-dozen human rivers emptying in the stations. Desnoyers and Argensola met in a boulevard cafe toward midnight. Both were exhausted by the day's emotions, and under that nervous depression which follows noisy and violent spectacles. They needed to rest. War was a fact, and now that it was a certainty, they felt no anxiety to get further news. Remaining in the cafe proved impossible. In the hot and smoky atmosphere, the occupants were singing and shouting and waving tiny flags. All the battle hymns of the past and present were here intoned in chorus to an accompaniment of glasses and plates. The rather cosmopolitan clientele was reviewing the European nations. All, absolutely all, were going to enroll themselves on the side of France. Hurrah! Hurrah! An old man and his wife were seated at a table near the 2 friends. They were tenants of an orderly, humdrum walk in life, who perhaps in all their existence had never been awake at such an hour. In the general enthusiasm, they had come to the boulevards in order to see war a little closer. The foreign tongue used by his neighbors gave the husband a lofty idea of their importance. "Do you believe that England is going to join us?" Argensola knew as much about it as he, but he replied authoritatively, "Of course she will. That's a sure thing." The old man rose to his feet. "Hurrah for England!" And he began chanting a forgotten patriotic song, marking time with his arms in a spirited way to the great admiration of his old wife, and urging all to join in the chorus that very few were able to follow. The 2 friends had to take themselves home on foot. They could not find a vehicle that would stop for them. All were hurrying in the opposite direction toward the stations. They were both in a bad humor. but Argensola couldn't keep his to himself. Ah, these women! Desnoyers knew all about his relations, so far honorable, with a midinette from the Rue des Bouts. Sunday strolls in the suburbs of Paris, various trips to the moving picture shows, comments upon the fine points of the latest novel published in the sheets of a popular paper, kisses of farewell when she took the night train from Bois Colombes in order to sleep at home. That was all. But Argensola was wickedly counting on Father Time to mellow the sharpest virtues. That evening they had taken some refreshment with a French friend who was going the next morning to join his regiment. The girl had sometimes seen him with Argensola without noticing him particularly, but now she suddenly began admiring him as though he were another person. She had given up the idea of returning home that night. She wanted to see how a war begins. The three had dined together, and all her interest had centered upon the one who was going away. She even took offense with sudden modesty when Argensola tried, as he had often done before, to squeeze her hand under the table. Meanwhile, she was almost leaning her head on the shoulder of the future hero, enveloping him with admiring gaze. "And they have gone away together," said the Spaniard bitterly. "I had to leave them in order not to make my hard luck any worse. To have worked so long for another." He was silent for a few minutes, then changing the trend of his ideas, he added, "I recognize, nevertheless, that her behavior is beautiful. The generosity of these women when they believe that the moment for sacrifice has come. She is terribly afraid of her father, and yet she stays away from home all night with a person whom she hardly knows, and whom she was not even thinking of in the middle of the afternoon. The entire nation feels gratitude toward those who are going to imperil their lives, and she, poor child, wishing to do something too for those destined for death, to give them a little pleasure in their last hour, is giving the best she has, that which she can never recover. I have sketched her role poorly, perhaps. Laugh at me if you want to, but admit that it is beautiful." Desnoyers laughed heartily at his friend's discomfiture, in spite of the fact that he, too, was suffering a good deal of secret annoyance. He had seen Marguerite but once since the day of his return. The only news of her that he had received was by letter. This cursed war! What an upset for happy people! Marguerite's mother was ill. She was brooding over the departure of her son, an officer, on the first day of the mobilization. Marguerite, too, was uneasy about her brother, and did not think it expedient to come to the studio while her mother was grieving at home. When was this situation ever to end? End of section 22. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Section 23, Part 1, Chapter 5, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That check for 400,000 francs, which he had brought from America, was also worrying him. The day before, the bank had declined to pay it for lack of the customary official advice. Afterward, they said that they had received the advice, but did not give him the money. That very afternoon, when the trust companies had closed their doors, the government had already declared a moratorium in order to prevent a general bankruptcy due to the general panic. When would they pay him? Perhaps when the war, which had not yet begun, was ended. Perhaps never. He had no other money available except the 2,000 francs left over from his traveling expenses. All of his friends were in the same distressing situation, unable to draw on the sums which they had in the banks. Those who had any money were obliged to go from shop to shop or form in line at the bank doors in order to get a bill changed. Oh, this war, this stupid war! In the Champs-Elysees, they saw a man with a broad-brimmed hat who was walking slowly ahead of them and talking to himself. Argensola recognized him as he passed near the street lamp. "Friend Tchernoff," Upon returning their greeting, the Russian betrayed a slight odor of wine. Uninvited, he had adjusted his steps to theirs, accompanying them toward the Arc de Triomphe. Julio had merely exchanged silent nods with Argensola's new acquaintance when encountering him in the vestibule. But sadness softens the heart and makes us seek the friendship of the humble as a refreshing shelter. Tchernoff, on the contrary, looked at Desnoyers as though he had known him all his life. The man had interrupted his monologue, heard only by the black masses of vegetation, the blue shadows perforated by the reddish tremors of the street lights, the summer night with its cupola of warm breezes and twinkling stars. He took a few steps without saying anything as a mark of consideration to his companions, and then renewed his arguments, taking them up where he had broken off, without offering any explanation, as though he were still talking to himself. And at this very minute they are shouting with enthusiasm the same as they are doing here, honestly believing that they are going to defend their outraged country, wishing to die for their families and firesides that nobody has threatened. "Who are they, Tchernoff?" asked Argensola. The Russian stared at him as though surprised at such a question. "They," he said laconically. The two understood. They. It could not be anyone else. "I have lived 10 years in Germany," he continued, connecting up his words now that he had found himself listened to. "I was daily correspondent for a paper in Berlin. And I know these people. Passing along these thronged boulevards, I have been seeing in my imagination what must be happening there at this hour. They, too, are singing and shouting with enthusiasm as they wave their flags. On the outside they seem just alike, but oh, what a difference within! Last night the people beset a few babblers in the boulevard who were yelling 'To Berlin!' a slogan of bad memories and worse taste. France does not wish conquest. Her only desire is to be respected, to live in peace without humiliations or disturbances. Tonight, 2 of the mobilized men said on leaving, 'When we enter Germany, we are going to make it a republic.' A republic is not a perfect thing, but it is better than living under an irresponsible monarchy. By the grace of God, it at least presupposes tranquility and absence of the personal ambitions that disturb life. I was impressed by the generous thought of these laboring men, who, instead of wishing to exterminate their enemies, were planning to give them something better." Tchernoff remained silent a few minutes, smiling ironically at the picture which his imagination was calling forth. "In Berlin, the masses are expressing their enthusiasm in the lofty phraseology befitting a superior people. Those in the lowest classes, accustomed to console themselves for humiliations with a gross materialism, are now crying 'Nach Paris!' We are going to drink champagne gratis. The pietistic burgher, ready to do anything to attain a new honor, and the aristocracy, which has given the world the greatest scandals of recent years, are also shouting 'Nach Paris!' To them, Paris is the Babylon of deadly sin, the city of the Moulin Rouge and the restaurants of Montmartre, the only places that they know. And my comrades of the social democracy, they are also cheering, but to another tune. Tomorrow, to St. Petersburg, Russian ascendancy, the menace of civilization must be obliterated. The Kaiser waving the tyranny of another country as a scarecrow to his people. What a joke!" And the loud laugh of the Russian sounded through the night like the noise of wooden clappers. "We are more civilized than the Germans," he said, regaining his self-control. Desnoyers, who had been listening with great interest, now gave a start of surprise, saying to himself, "This Tchernoff has been drinking." "Civilization," continued the socialist, "does not consist merely in great industry, in many ships, armies and numerous universities that only teach science. That is material civilization. There is another, a superior one, that elevates the soul and does not permit human dignity to suffer without protesting against continual humiliations. A Swiss living in his wooden chalet and considering himself the equal of the other men of his country is more civilized than the Herr Professor who gives precedence to a lieutenant or to a Hamburg millionaire. who in turn bends his neck like a lackey before those whose names are prefixed by a von. Here the Spaniard assented as though he could guess what Tchernoff was going to say. "We Russians endure great tyranny. I know something about that. I know the hunger and cold of Siberia. But opposed to our tyranny has always existed a revolutionary protest. Part of the nation is half barbarian, but the rest has a superior mentality, a lofty moral spirit which faces danger and sacrifice because of liberty and truth. And Germany? Who there has ever raised a protest in order to defend human rights? What revolutions have ever broken out of Prussia, the land of the great despots? Frederick William, the founder of militarism, when he was tired of beating his wife and spitting in his children's plates, used to sally forth thong in hand in order to cowhide those subjects who did not get out of his way in time. His son, Frederick the Great, declared that he died bored to death with governing a nation of slaves. In 2 centuries of Prussian history, one single revolution, the barricades of 1848, a bad Berlinish copy of the Paris Revolution, and without any results, Bismarck corrected with a heavy hand so as to crush completely the last attempts at protest, if such ever really existed. And when his friends were threatening him with revolution, the ferocious Junker merely put his hands on his hips and roared with the most insolent of horse laughs. A revolution in Prussia, nothing at all, as he knew his people. End of section 23. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Section 24, Part 1, Chapter 5, Continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tchernoff was not a patriot. Many a time Argensola had heard him railing against his country, but now he was indignant in view of the contempt with which Teutonic haughtiness was treating the Russian nation. Where, in the last 40 years of imperial grandeur, was that universal supremacy of which the Germans were everlastingly boasting? Excellent workers in science, tenacious and short-sighted academicians, each wrapped in his specialty, Benedictines of the laboratory, who experimented painstakingly and occasionally hit upon something, in spite of enormous blunders, given out as truths because they were their own, that was all. And side by side with such patient laboriosity, really worthy of respect, what charlatanism, what great names exploited as a shop sample, how many sages turned into proprietors of sanatoriums. A Herr Professor discovers the cure of tuberculosis, and the tubercular keep on dying as before. Another labels with a number the invincible remedy for the most unconfessable of diseases, and the genital scourge continues afflicting the world. And all these errors were representing great fortunes, each saving panacea bringing into existence an industrial corporation selling its products at high prices, as though suffering were a privilege of the rich. How different from the bluff Pasteur and other clever men of the inferior races who have given their discoveries to the world without stooping to form monopolies. German science, continued Tchernoff, has given much to humanity, I admit that. But the science of other nations has done as much. Only a nation puffed up with conceit could imagine that it has done everything for civilization, and the others nothing. Apart from their learned specialists, what genius has been produced in our day by this Germany, which believes itself so transcendent? Wagner, the last of the Romanticists, closes an epoch and belongs to the past. Nietzsche took pains to proclaim his Polish origin and abominated Germany, a country, according to him, of middle-class pedants. His Slavism was so pronounced that he even prophesied the overthrow of the Prussians by the Slavs, and there are others. We, although a savage people, have given the world of modern times an admirable moral grandeur. Tolstoy and Dostoevsky are world geniuses. What names can the Germany of William II put ahead of these? His country was the country of music, but the Russian musicians of today are more original than the mere followers of Wagner, the copyists who take refuge in orchestral exasperations in order to hide their mediocrity. In its time of stress, the German nation had men of genius before pan-Germanism had been born, when the empire did not exist. Goethe, Schiller, Beethoven were subjects of little principalities. They received influence from other countries and contributed their share to the universal civilization, like citizens of the world, without insisting that the world should therefore become Germanized. Tsarism had committed atrocities. Chernov knew that by experience and did not need the Germans to assure him of it. But all the illustrious classes of Russia were enemies of that tyranny and were protesting against it. Where in Germany were the intellectual enemies of Prussian Tsarism? They were either holding their peace or breaking forth into adulation of the anointed of the Lord, a musician and comedian like Nero, of a sharp and superficial intelligence, who believed that by merely skimming through anything, he knew it all. Eager to strike a spectacular pose in history, he had finally afflicted the world with the greatest of calamities. Why must the tyranny that weighs upon my country necessarily be Russian? The worst czars were imitators of Prussia. Every time that the Russian people of our day have attempted to revindicate their rights, the reactionaries have used the Kaiser as a threat, proclaiming that he would come to their aid. 1/2 of the Russian aristocracy is German. The functionaries who advise and support despotism are Germans. German, too, are the generals who have distinguished themselves by massacring the people. German are the officials who undertake to punish the laborers' strikes and the rebellion of their allies. The reactionary Slav is brutal, but he has the fine sensibility of a race in which many princes have become nihilists. He raises the lash with facility, but then he repents and oftentimes weeps. I have seen Russian officials kill themselves rather than march against the people, or through remorse for slaughter committed. The German in the service of the Tsar feels no scruples, nor laments his conduct. He kills coldly, with the minuteness and exactitude with which he does everything. The Russian is a barbarian who strikes and regrets. German civilization shoots without hesitation. Our Slav Tsar, in a humanitarian dream, favored the utopian idea of universal peace, organizing the Conference of The Hague. The Kaiser of culture, meanwhile, has been working years and years in the erection and establishment of a destructive organ of an immensity heretofore unknown, in order to crush all Europe. The Russian is a humble Christian, socialistic, democratic, thirsting for justice. The German prides himself upon his Christianity, but is an idolater like the German of other centuries. His religion loves blood and maintains castes. His true worship is that of Odin, only that nowadays the god of slaughter has changed his name and calls himself the State. Chernov paused an instant, perhaps in order to increase the wonder of his companions, and then said with simplicity, "I am a Christian." Argensola, who already knew the ideas and history of the Russian, started with astonishment, and Julio persisted in his suspicion. Surely Chernov is drunk. "It is true," declared the Russian earnestly, "that I do not worry about God, nor do I believe in dogmas. But my soul is Christian, as is that of all revolutionists. The philosophy of modern democracy is lay Christianity. We socialists love the humble, the needy, the weak. We defend their right to life and well-being, as did the greatest lights of the religious world who saw a brother in every unfortunate. We exact respect for the poor in the name of justice, and others ask for it in the name of charity. That only separates us. But we strive that mankind may, by common consent, lead a better life, that the strong may sacrifice for the weak, the lofty for the lowly, and the world be ruled by brotherliness, seeking the greatest equality possible. The Slav reviewed the history of human aspirations. Greek thought had brought comfort, a sense of well-being on the earth, but only for the few, for the citizens of the little democracies, for the free men, leaving the slaves and barbarians who constituted the majority in their misery. Christianity, the religion of the lowly, had recognized the right of happiness for all mankind, but this happiness was placed in heaven, far from this world, this vale of tears. The revolution and its heirs, the socialists, were trying to place happiness in the immediate realities of earth, like the ancients, but making all humanity participants in it, like the Christians. Where is the Christianity of modern Germany? There is far more genuine Christian spirit in the fraternal laity of the French Republic, defender of the weak, than in the religiosity of the conservative Junkers. Germany has made a god in her own image, believing that she adores it, but in reality adoring her own image. The German God is a reflex of the German state, which considers war as the first activity of a nation and the noblest of occupations. Other Christian peoples, when they have to go to war, feel the contradiction that exists between their conduct and the teachings of the gospel, and excuse themselves by showing the cruel necessity which impels them. Germany declares that war is acceptable to God. I have heard German sermons proving that Jesus was in favor of militarism. Teutonic pride and the conviction that its race is providentially destined to dominate the world brings into working unity their Protestants, Catholics, and Jews. Far above their differences of dogma is that God of the state which is German, the warrior God to whom William is probably referring as my worthy ally. Religions always tend toward universality. Their aim is to place humanity in relationship with God and to sustain these relations among mankind. Prussia has retrograded to barbarism, creating for its personal use a second Jehovah, a divinity hostile to the greater part of the human race, who makes his own the grudges and ambitions of the German people. Chernoff then explained in his own way the creation of this Teutonic god, ambitious, cruel, and vengeful. The Germans were comparatively recent Christians. Their Christianity was not more than 6 centuries old. When the Crusades were drawing to a close, the Prussians were still living in paganism. Pride of race, impelling them to war, had revived these dead divinities. The God of the gospel was now adorned by the Germans with lance and shield, like the old Teutonic god, who was a military chief. Christianity in Berlin wears helmet and riding boots. God at this moment is seeing himself mobilize the same as Otto, Fritz, and Franz in order to punish the enemies of his chosen people. That the Lord has commanded, "Thou shalt not kill," and his Son has said to the world, "Blessed are the peacemakers," no longer matters. Christianity, according to its German priests of all creeds, can only influence the individual betterment of mankind and should not mix itself in affairs of state. The Prussian god of the state is the old German god, the lineal descendant of the ferocious Germanic mythology, a mixture of divinities hungry for war. In the silence of the avenue, the Russian evoked the ruddy figures of the implacable gods that were going to awake that night upon hearing the hum of arms and smelling the acrid odor of blood. Thor, the brutal god with the little head, was stretching his biceps and clutching the hammer that crushed cities. Wotan was sharpening his lance, which had the lightning for its handle, the thunder for its blade. Odin, the one-eyed, was gaping with gluttony on the mountain tops, awaiting the dead warriors that would crowd around his throne. The disheveled Valkyries, fat and perspiring, were beginning to gallop from cloud to cloud, hallooing to humanity that they might carry off the corpses, doubled like saddlebags, over the haunches of their flying nags. German religiosity, continued the Russian, is the disavowal of Christianity. In its eyes, men are no longer equal before God. Their God is interested only in the strong and favors them with his support so that they may dare anything. Those born weak must either submit or disappear. Neither are nations equal, but are divided into leaders and inferior races whose destiny is to be sifted out and absorbed by their superiors. Since God has thus ordained, it is unnecessary to state that the grand world leader is Germany. Argensola here interrupted to observe that German pride believed itself championed not only by God but by science too. "I know that," interposed the Russian without letting him finish. "Generalization, inequality, selection, the struggle for life, and all that. The Germans, so conceited about their special worth, erect upon distant ground their intellectual monuments, borrowing of the foreigner their foundation material whenever they undertake a new line of work. A Frenchman and an Englishman, Gobineau and Chamberlain, have given them the arguments with which to defend the superiority of their race. With the rubbish left over from Darwin and Spencer, their old Haeckel has built up his doctrine of monism, which applied to politics scientifically consecrates Prussian pride and recognizes its right to rule the world by force. No, 1,000 times no," he exclaimed after a brief silence. "The struggle for existence with its procession of cruelties may be true among the lower species, but it should not be true among human creatures. We are rational beings and ought to free ourselves from the fatality of environment, molding it to our convenience. The animal does not know law, justice, or compassion. He lives enslaved in the obscurity of his instincts. We think, and thought signifies liberty. Force does not necessarily have to be cruel. It is strongest when it does not take advantage of its power and is kindly. All have a right to the life into which they are born. And since among individuals there exist the haughty and the humble, the mighty and the weak, so should exist nations, large and small, old and young. The end of our existence is not combat, nor killing in order that others may afterwards kill us and perhaps be killed themselves. Civilized people ought unanimously to adopt the idea of southern Europe, striving for the most peaceful and sweetest form of life possible." A cruel smile played over the Russian's beard. "But there exists that Kultur, diametrically opposed to civilization, which the Germans wish to palm off upon us. Civilization is refinement of spirit, respect of one's neighbor, tolerance of foreign opinion, courtesy of manner. Kultur is the action of a state that organizes and assimilates individuals and communities in order to utilize them for its own ends. And these ends consist mainly in placing the state above other states, overwhelming them with their grandeur, or what is the same thing, with their haughty and violent pride." End of section 24. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Section 25, Part 1, Chapter 5 continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By this time, the three had reached the Place de l'Étoile. The dark outline of the Arc de Triomphe stood forth clearly in the starry expanse. The avenues extended in all directions, a double file of lights. Those around the monument illuminated its gigantic bases and the feet of the sculptured groups. Further up, The vaulted spaces were so locked in shadow that they had the black density of ebony. Upon passing under the arch, which greatly intensified the echo of their footsteps, they came to a standstill. The night breeze had a wintry chill as it whistled past, and the curved masses seemed melting into the diffused blue of space. Instinctively, the three turned to glance back at the Champs-Élysées. They saw only a river of shadow on which were floating rosaries of red stars among the two long black scarfs formed by the buildings. But they were so well acquainted with this panorama that in imagination they mentally saw the majestic sweep of the avenue, the double row of palaces, the Place de la Concorde in the background with the Egyptian obelisk, and the trees of the Tuileries. "How beautiful it is!" exclaimed Tchernoff, who was seeing something beyond the shadows. "An entire civilization, loving peace and pleasure, has passed through here." A memory greatly affected the Russian. Many an afternoon after lunch he had met in this very spot a robust man, stocky, with reddish beard and kindly eyes. A man who looked like a giant who had just stopped growing. He was always accompanied by a dog. It was Jaurès, his friend Jaurès, who before going to the Senate was accustomed to taking a walk toward the arch from his home in Passy. He liked to come just where we are now. He loved to look at the avenues, the distant gardens, all of Paris, which can be seen from this height, and filled with admiration, he would often say to me, "This is magnificent, one of the most beautiful perspectives that can be found in the entire world." Poor Jaurès! Through association of ideas, the Russian evoked the image of his compatriot, Mikhail Bakunin, another revolutionist, the father of anarchy, weeping with emotion at a concert after hearing the symphony with Beethoven chorales directed by a young friend of his named Richard Wagner. "When our revolution comes," he cried, clasping the hand of the master, "whatever else may perish, this must be saved at any cost." Tchernoff roused himself from his reveries to look around him and say with sadness, "They have passed through here." Every time that he walked through the arch, the same vision would spring up in his mind. They were thousands of helmets glistening in the sun, thousands of heavy boots lifted with mechanical rigidity at the same time, horns, fifes, drums, large and small, clashing against the majestic silence of these stones. The warlike march from Lohengrin sounding in the deserted avenues before the closed houses. He, who was a foreigner, always felt attracted by the spell exerted by venerable buildings guarding the glory of a bygone day. He did not wish to know who had erected it. As soon as its pride is flattered, mankind tries immediately to solidify it. Then humanity intervenes with a broader vision that changes the original significance of the work, enlarges it, and strips it of its first egotistical import. The Greek statues, models of the highest beauty, had been originally mere images of the temple, donated by the piety of the devotees of those times. Upon evoking Roman grandeur, everybody sees in imagination the enormous Colosseum, circle of butcheries, or the arches erected to the glory of the inept Caesars. The representative works of nations have two significations: the interior or immediate one, which their creators gave them, and the exterior or universal interest, the symbolic value which the centuries have given them. This arch, continued Tchernoff, is French within, with its names of battles and generals open to criticism. On the outside, it is the monument of the people who carried through the greatest revolution for liberty ever known. The glorification of man is there below in the column of the Place Vendôme. Here there is nothing individual. Its builders erected it to the memory of La Grande Armée, and that grand army was the people in arms who spread revolution throughout Europe. The artists, great inventors, foresaw the true significance of this work. The warriors of Rude, who are chanting the Marseillaise in the group at the left, are not professional soldiers. They are armed citizens, marching to work out their sublime and violent mission. Their nudity makes them appear to me like sans-culottes in Grecian helmets. Here there is more than the glory and egoism of a great nation. All Europe is awake to new life thanks to these crusaders of liberty. The nations call to mind certain images. If I think of Greece, I see the columns of the Parthenon. Rome, mistress of the world, is the Colosseum and the Arch of Trajan. And revolutionary France is the Arc de Triomphe. The arch was even more, according to the Russian. It represented a great historical retaliation. The nations of the South, called the Latin races, replying after many centuries to the invasion which had destroyed the Roman jurisdiction. The Mediterranean peoples spreading themselves as conquerors through the lands of the ancient barbarians. Retreating immediately, they had swept away the past like a tidal wave, the great surf depositing all that it contained. Like the waters of certain rivers which fructify by overflowing, this recession of the human tide had left the soil enriched with new and generous ideas. If they should return, added Tchernoff with a look of uneasiness, if they again should tread these stones. Before they were simple-minded folk, stunned by their rapid good fortune, who passed through here like a farmer through a salon. They were content with money for the pocket and 2 provinces which should perpetuate the memory of their victory. But now they will not be the soldiers only who march against Paris. At the tail of the armies come the maddened canteen keepers, the Herr Professors, carrying at the side the little keg of wine with the powder which crazes the barbarian, the wine of culture. And in the vans come also an enormous load of scientific savagery, a new philosophy which glorifies force as a principle and sanctifier of everything, denies liberty, suppresses the weak, and places the entire world under the charge of a minority chosen by God, just because it possesses the surest and most rapid methods of slaughter. Humanity may well tremble for the future if again resounds under this archway the tramp of boots following a march of Wagner or any other Kapellmeister. They left the arch, following the Avenue Victor Hugo, Tchernoff walking along in dogged silence, as though the vision of this imaginary procession had overwhelmed him. Suddenly he continued aloud the course of his reflections. And if they should enter, what does it matter? On that account, the cause of right will not die. It suffers eclipses, but it is born again. It may be ignored and trampled underfoot, but it does not therefore cease to exist. And all good souls recognize it as the only rule of life. A nation of madmen wishes to place might upon the pedestal that others have raised to right. Useless endeavor. The eternal hope of mankind will ever be the increasing power of more liberty, more brotherliness, more justice. The Russian appeared to calm himself with this statement. He and his friends spoke of the spectacle which Paris was presenting in its preparation for war. Tchernoff bemoaned the great suffering produced by the catastrophe, the thousands and thousands of domestic tragedies that were unrolling at that moment. Apparently nothing had changed. In the center of the city and around the stations, there was unusual agitation, but the rest of the immense city did not appear affected by the great overthrow of its existence. The solitary street was presenting its usual aspect. The breeze was gently moving the leaves. A solemn peace seemed to be spreading itself through space. The houses appeared wrapped in slumber, but behind the closed windows might be surmised the insomnia of the reddened eyes, the sighs from hearts anguished by the threatened danger, the tremulous agility of the hands, preparing the war outfit, perhaps the last loving greetings exchanged without pleasure, with kisses ending in sobs. Tchernoff thought of his neighbors, the husband and wife who occupied the other interior apartment behind the studio. She was no longer playing the piano. The Russian had overheard disputes, the banging of doors locked with violence, and the footsteps of a man in the middle of the night, fleeing from a woman's cries. There had begun to develop on the other side of the wall a regulation drama, a repetition of hundreds of others, all taking place at the same time. "She is a German," volunteered the Russian. "Our concierge has ferreted out her nationality. He must have gone by this time to join his regiment. Last night I could hardly sleep. I heard the lamentations through the thin wall partition, the steady, desperate weeping of an abandoned child, and the voice of a man who was vainly trying to quiet her. Ah, what a rain of sorrows is now falling upon the world!" That same evening, on leaving the house, he had met her by her door. She appeared like another woman, with an old look, as though in these agonizing hours she had been suffering for 15 years. In vain the kindly Tchernoff had tried to cheer her up, urging her to accept quietly her husband's absence so as not to harm the little one who was coming. "For the unhappy creature is going to be a mother," he said sadly. "She hides her condition with a certain modesty, but from my window I have often seen her making the dainty layette." The woman had listened to him as though she did not understand. Words were useless before her desperation. She could only sob as though talking to herself. "I am a German. He is gone. He has to go away. Alone, alone forever." She is thinking all the time of her nationality, which is separating her from her husband. She is thinking of the concentration camp to which they will take her with her compatriots. She is fearful of being abandoned in the enemy's country, obliged to defend itself against the attack of her own country. And all this when she is about to become a mother. What miseries, what agonies! The three reached the Rue de la Pompe, and on entering the house, Tchernoff began to take leave of his companions in order to climb the service stairs. But Desnoyers wished to prolong the conversation. He dreaded being alone with his friend, still chagrined over the evening's events. The conversation with the Russian interested him, so they all went up in the elevator together. Argensola suggested that this would be a good opportunity to uncork one of the many bottles which he was keeping in the kitchen. Tchernoff could go home through the studio door that opened on the stairway. End of section 25. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Section 26, Part 1, Chapter 5, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The great window had its glass doors wide open. The transoms on the patio side were also open. A breeze kept the curtains swaying. Moving, too, the old lanterns, moth-eaten flags, and other adornments of the romantic studio. They seated themselves around the table, near a window some distance from the light, which was illuminating the other end of the big room. They were in the shadow, with their backs to the interior court. Opposite them were tiled roofs and an enormous rectangle of blue shadow perforated by the sharp-pointed stars. The city lights were coloring the shadowy space with a bloody reflection. Tchernoff drank 2 glasses, testifying to the excellence of the liquid by smacking his lips. The three were silent with the wondering and thoughtful silence which the grandeur of the night imposes. Their eyes were glancing from star to star, grouping them in fanciful lines, forming them into triangles or squares of varying irregularity. At times the twinkling radiance of a heavenly body appeared to broaden the rays of light, almost hypnotizing them. The Russian, without coming out of his reverie, availed himself of another glass. Then he smiled with cruel irony, his bearded face taking on the semblance of a tragic mask peeping between the curtains of the night. "I wonder what those men up there are thinking," he muttered. "I wonder if any star knows that Bismarck ever existed. I wonder if the planets are aware of the divine mission of the German nation." And he continued laughing. Some far away and uncertain noise disturbed the stillness of the night, slipping through some of the chinks that cut the immense plain of roofs. The three turned their heads so as to hear better. The sound of voices cut through the thick silence of night. A masculine chorus chanting a hymn, simple, monotonous, and solemn. They guessed at what it must be, although they could not hear very well. Various single notes floating with greater intensity on the night wind enabled Argensola to piece together the short song, ending in a melodious, triumphant yell, a true war song. C'est l'Alsace et la Lorraine, c'est l'Alsace qu'il nous faut. Oh, oh, oh. A new band of men was going away through the streets below toward the railroad station, the gateway of the war. They must be from the outlying districts, perhaps from the country, and passing through silence-wrapped Paris. They felt like singing of the great national hope, that those who were watching behind the dark facades might feel comforted, knowing that they were not alone. "Just as it is in the opera," said Julio, listening to the last notes of the invisible chorus dying away into the night. Tchernoff continued drinking, but with a distracted air, his eyes fixed on the red cloud that floated above the roofs. The two friends conjectured his mental labor from his concentrated look and the low exclamations which were escaping him like the echoes of an interior monologue. Suddenly, he leaped from thought to word without any forewarning, continuing aloud the course of his reasoning. "And when the sun rises in a few hours, the world will see coursing through its fields the Four Horsemen, enemies of mankind. Already their wild steeds are pawing the ground with impatience. Already the ill-omened riders have come together and are exchanging the last words before leaping into the saddle." "What horsemen are these?" asked Argensola. "Those which go before the beast." The two friends thought this reply as unintelligible as the preceding words. Desnoyers again said mentally, "He is drunk," but his curiosity forced him to ask, "What beast is that?" "That of the Apocalypse." There was a brief silence, but the Russian's terseness of speech did not last long. He felt the necessity of expressing his enthusiasm for the dreamer on the island rock of Patmos. The poet of great and mystic vision was exerting across 2,000 years his influence over this mysterious revolutionary, tucked away on the top floor of a house in Paris. John had foreseen it all. His visions, unintelligible to the masses, nevertheless held within them the mystery of great human events. Tchernoff described the apocalyptic beast rising from the depths of the sea. He was like a leopard, his feet like those of a bear, his mouth like the snout of a lion. He had 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon the horns were 10 crowns, and upon each of his heads the name of a blasphemy. The evangelist did not say just what these blasphemies were. Perhaps they differed according to the epochs, modified every 1,000 years, when the beast made a new apparition. The Russians seemed to be reading those that were flaming on the heads of the monster. Blasphemies against humanity, against justice, against all that makes life sweet and bearable. Might is superior to right. The weak should not exist. Be harsh in order to be great. And the beast in all its hideousness was attempting to govern the world and make mankind render him homage. "But the Four Horsemen," persisted Desnoyers. "The Four Horsemen were preceding the appearance of the monster in John's vision. The 7 seals of the book of mystery were broken by the Lamb in the presence of the great throne where was seated one who shone like jasper. The rainbow round about the throne was in sight like unto an emerald. 24 thrones were in a semicircle around the great throne, and upon them 24 elders with white robes and crowns of gold. 4 enormous animals covered with eyes and each having 6 wings seemed to be guarding the throne. The sounding of trumpets was greeting the breaking of the first seal. "Come and see," cried one of the beasts in a stentorian tone to the vision-seeing poet. And the first horseman appeared on a white horse. In his hand he carried a bow, and a crown was given unto him. He was Conquest, according to some, the Plague, according to others. He might be both things at the same time. He wore a crown, and that was enough for Chernoff. "Come forth!" shouted the second animal, removing his 1,000 eyes, and from the broken seal leaped a flame-colored steed. His rider brandished over his head an enormous sword. He was War. Peace fled from the world before his furious gallop. Humanity was going to be exterminated. And when the third seal was broken, another of the winged animals bellowed like a thunderclap. "Come and see!" And Jean saw a black horse. He who mounted it held in his hand a scale in order to weigh the maintenance of mankind. He was Famine. The fourth animal saluted the breaking of the fourth seal with a great roaring, "Come and see!" And there appeared a pale-colored horse. His rider was called Death, and power was given him to destroy with the sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. The 4 horsemen were beginning their mad, desolating course over the heads of terrified humanity. Chernoff was describing the 4 scourges of the earth exactly as though he were seeing them. The horseman on the white horse was clad in a showy and barbarous attire. His oriental countenance was contracted with hatred, as if smelling out his victims. While his horse continued galloping, he was bending his bow in order to spread pestilence abroad. At his back swung the brass quiver filled with poisoned arrows, containing the germs of all diseases, those of private life as well as those which envenom the wounded soldier on the battlefield. The second horseman on the red steed was waving the enormous 2-edged sword over his hair, bristling with the swiftness of his course. He was young, but the fierce scowl and the scornful mouth gave him a look of implacable ferocity. His garments, blown open by the motion of his wild race, disclosed the form of a muscular athlete. Bald, old, and horribly skinny was the third horseman, bouncing up and down on the raw-boned back of his black steed. His shrunken legs clanked against the thin flanks of the lean beast. In one withered hand he was holding the scales, symbol of the scarcity of food that was going to become as valuable as gold. The knees of the fourth horseman, sharp as spurs, were pricking the ribs of the pale horse. His parchment-like skin betrayed the lines and hollows of his skeleton. The front of his skull-like face was twisted with the sardonic laugh of destruction. His cane-like arms were whirling aloft a gigantic sickle. From his angular shoulders was hanging a ragged, filthy shroud. And the furious cavalcade was passing like a hurricane over the immense assemblage of human beings. The heavens showed above their heads a livid, dark-edged cloud from the west. Horrible monsters and deformities were swarming in spirals above the furious horde, like a repulsive escort. Poor humanity, crazed with fear, was fleeing in all directions on hearing the thundering pace of the plague. War, hunger, and death. Men and women, young and old, were knocking each other down and falling to the ground, overwhelmed by terror, astonishment, and desperation. And the white horse, the red, the black, and the pale were crushing all with their relentless iron tread. The athletic man was hearing the crashing of his broken ribs. The nursing babe was writhing at its mother's breast, and the aged and feeble were closing their eyes forever with a childlike sob. "God is asleep, forgetting the world," continued the Russian. "It will be a long time before he awakes, and while he sleeps the four feudal horsemen of the beast will course through the land as its only lords." Tchernoff was overpowered by the intensity of his dramatic vision. Springing from his seat, he paced up and down with great strides, but his picture of the fourfold catastrophe revealed by the gloomy poet's trance seemed to him very weak indeed. A great painter had given corporeal form to these terrible dreams. "I have a book," he murmured, "a rare book." And suddenly he left the studio and went to his own quarters. He wanted to bring the book to show to his friends. Argensola accompanied him, and they returned in a few minutes with the volume, leaving the doors open behind them so as to make a stronger current of air among the hollows of the facades of the interior patio. Tchernoff placed his precious book under the light. It was a volume printed in 1511, with Latin text and engravings. Desnoyers read the title, "The Apocalypse Illustrated." The engravings were by Albert Durer, a youthful effort when the master was only 27 years old. The three were fascinated by the picture portraying the wild career of the apocalyptic horseman. The quadruple scourge on fantastic mounts seemed to be precipitating itself with a realistic sweep, crushing panic-stricken humanity. Suddenly something happened which startled the three men from their contemplative admiration. Something unusual, indefinable, a dreadful sound, which seemed to enter directly into their brains without passing through their ears. A clutch at the heart. Instinctively they knew that something very grave had just happened. They stared at each other silently for a few interminable seconds. Through the open door, a cry of alarm came from the patio. With a common impulse, the three ran to the interior window, but before reaching them, the Russian had a presentiment. "My neighbor! It must be my neighbor! Perhaps she has killed herself." Looking down, they could see lights below, people moving around, a form stretched out on the tiled floor. The alarm had instantly filled all the court windows, for it was a sleepless night, a night of nervous apprehension, when everyone was keeping a sad vigil. "She has killed herself," said a voice which seemed to come up from a well. "The German woman has committed suicide." The explanation of the concierge leaped from window to window up to the top floor. The Russian was shaking his head with a fatalistic expression. The unhappy woman had not taken the death leap of her own accord. Someone had intensified her desperation. Someone had pushed her. The horsemen, the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Already they were in the saddle. Already they were beginning their merciless gallop of destruction. The blind forces of evil were about to let loose throughout the world. The agony of humanity, under the brutal sweep of the four horsemen, was already begun. End of section 26. Recording by Tony Oliva, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Section 27, Part 2, Chapter 1 of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 1. What Don Marcelo envied. Upon being convinced that war really was inevitable, the elder Desnoyers was filled with amazement. Humanity had gone crazy. Was it possible that war could happen in these days of so many railroads, so many merchant marines, so many inventions, so much activity developed above and below the earth? The nations would ruin themselves forever. They were now accustomed to luxuries and necessities unknown a century ago. Capital was master of the world, and war was going to wipe it out. In its turn, war would be wiped out in a few months' time through lack of funds to sustain it. His soul of a businessman revolted before the hundreds of thousands of millions that this foolhardy event was going to convert into smoke and slaughter. As his indignation had to fix upon something close at hand, he made his own countrymen responsible for this insanity. Too much talk about la revanche. The very idea of worrying for 44 years over the two lost provinces when the nation was mistress of enormous and undeveloped lands in other countries. Now they were going to pay the penalty for such exasperating and clamorous foolishness. For him, war meant disaster writ large. He had no faith in his country. France's day had passed. Now the victors were of the northern peoples, and especially that Germany which he had seen so close, admiring with a certain terror its discipline and its rigorous organization. The former working man felt the conservative and selfish instincts of all those who have amassed millions. He scorned political ideals, but through class interest he had of late years accepted the declarations against the scandals of the government. What could a corrupt and disorganized republic do against the solidest and strongest empire in the world? "We are going to our deaths," he said to himself. "Worse than 70. We are going to see horrible things." The good order and enthusiasm with which the French responded to their country's call and transformed themselves into soldiers were most astonishing to him. This moral shock made his national faith begin to revive. The great majority of Frenchmen were good after all. The nation was as valiant as in former times. 44 years of suffering and alarm had developed their old bravery. But the leaders, where were they going to get leaders to march to victory? Many others were asking themselves the same question. The silence of the democratic government was keeping the country in complete ignorance of their future commanders. Everybody saw the army increasing from hour to hour. Very few knew the generals. One name was beginning to be repeated from mouth to mouth: Joffre, Joffre. His first pictures made the curious crowd struggle to get a glimpse of them. Desnoyers studied them very carefully. He looks like a very capable person. His methodical instincts were gratified by the grave and confident look of the general of the Republic. Suddenly he felt the great confidence that efficient-looking bank directors always inspired in him. He could entrust his interests to this gentleman, sure that he would not act impulsively. Finally, against his will, Desnoyers was drawn into the whirlpool of enthusiasm and emotion. Like everyone around him, he lived minutes that were hours and hours that were years. Events kept on overlapping each other. Within a week, the world seemed to have made up for its long period of peace. The old man fairly lived in the street, attracted by the spectacle of the multitude of civilians saluting the multitude of uniformed men departing for the seat of war. At night he saw the processions passing through the boulevards. The tricolored flag was fluttering its colors under the electric lights. The cafes were overflowing with people, sending forth from doors and windows the excited musical notes of patriotic songs. Suddenly, amidst applause and cheers, the crowd would make an opening in the street. All Europe was passing here, all Europe, less the arrogant enemy, and was saluting France in her hour of danger with hearty spontaneity. Flags of different nations were filing by, of all tints of the rainbow, and behind them were the Russians with bright and mystical eyes, the English with heads uncovered, intoning songs of religious gravity, the Greeks and Romanians of aquiline profile, the Scandinavians white and red, the North Americans with the noisiness of a somewhat puerile enthusiasm, the Hebrews without a country, friends of the nation of socialistic revolutions, the Italians as spirited as a choir of heroic tenors, the Spanish and South Americans tireless in their huzzas. They were students and apprentices who were completing their courses in the schools and workshops, and refugees who, like shipwrecked mariners, had sought shelter on the hospitable strand of Paris. Their cheers had no special significance, but they were all moved by their desire to show their love for the Republic. And Desnoyers, touched by the sight, felt that France was still of some account in the world, that she yet exercised a moral force among the nations, and that her joys and sorrows were still of interest to humanity. In Berlin and Vienna, too, he said to himself, they must also be cheering enthusiastically at this moment. But Germans only, no others. Assuredly, no foreigner is joining in their demonstrations. The nation of the Revolution, legislator of the rights of mankind, was harvesting the gratitude of the throngs, but was beginning to feel a certain remorse before the enthusiasm of the foreigners who were offering their blood for France. Many were lamenting that the government should delay 20 days until after they had finished the operations of mobilization in admitting the volunteers. And he, a Frenchman born a few hours before, had been mistrusting his country. In the daytime, the popular current was running toward the Gare de l'Est. Crowded against the gratings was a surging mass of humanity stretching its tentacles through the nearby streets. The station that was acquiring the importance of a historic spot appeared like a narrow tunnel through which a great human river was trying to flow, with many rippling encounters and much heavy pressure against its banks. A large part of France in arms was coursing through this exit from Paris toward the battlefields at the frontier. Desnoyers had been in the station only twice, when going and coming from Germany. Others were now taking the same road. The crowds were swarming in from the environs of the city in order to see the masses of human beings in geometric bodies, uniformly clad, disappearing within the entrance with flash of steel and the rhythm of clanking metal. The crystal archways that were glistening in the sun like fiery mouths were swallowing and swallowing people. When night fell, the processions were still coming on by light of the electric lamps. Through the iron grills were passing thousands and thousands of draft horses, men with their breasts crossed with metal and bunches of horsehair hanging from their helmets, like paladins of bygone centuries. Enormous cases that were serving as cages for the aeronautic condors. Strings of cannon, long and narrow, painted gray and protected by metal screens, more like astronomical instruments than mouths of death. Masses and masses of red kepis, military caps, moving in marching rhythm. Rows and rows of muskets, some black and stark like reed plantations, others ending in bayonets like shining spikes. And over all these restless fields of seething throngs, the flags of the regiments were fluttering in the air like colored birds. A white body, a blue wing, or a red one, a cravat of gold on the neck, and above the metal tip pointing toward the clouds. Don Marcelo would return home from these send-offs vibrating with nervous fatigue as one who had just participated in a scene of racking emotion. In spite of his tenacious character, which always stood out against admitting a mistake, the old man began to feel ashamed of his former doubts. The nation was quivering with life. France was a grand nation. Appearances had deceived him as well as many others. Perhaps the most of his countrymen were of a light and flippant character, given to excessive interest in the sensuous side of life, but when danger came, they were fulfilling their duty simply, without the necessity of the harsh force to which the ironclad organizations were submitting their people. End of section 27. Section 28, Part 2, Chapter 1, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On leaving home on the morning of the fourth day of the mobilization, Desnoyers, instead of betaking himself to the center of the city, went in the opposite direction toward the Rue de la Pompe. Some imprudent words dropped by Chichi and the uneasy looks of his wife and sister-in-law made him suspect that Julio had returned from his trip. He felt the necessity of seeing at least the outside of the studio windows, as if they might give him news. And in order to justify a trip so at variance with his policy of ignoring his son, he remembered that the carpenter lived in the same street. I must hunt up Robert. He promised a week ago that he would come here. This Robert was a husky fellow who, to use his own words, was emancipated from the boss tyranny and was working independently in his own home. A tiny, almost subterranean room was serving him for dwelling and workshop. A woman he called My Affinity was looking carefully after his hearth and home, with a baby boy clinging to her skirts. Desnoyers was accustomed to humor Robert's tirades against his fellow citizens, because the man had always humored his whimsies about the incessant rearrangement of his furniture. In the luxurious apartment in the Avenue Victor Hugo, the carpenter would sing La Internationale while using hammer and saw, and his employer would overlook his audacity of speech because of the cheapness of his work. Upon arriving at the shop, he found the man with cap over one ear, broad trousers like a mameluke's, hobnailed boots, and various pennants and rosettes fastened to the lapels of his jacket. "You come too late, boss," he said cheerily. "I am just going to close the factory. The proprietor has been mobilized, and in a few hours will join his regiment." And he pointed to a written paper posted on the door of his dwelling, like the printed cards on all establishments, signifying that employer and employees had obeyed the order of mobilization. It had never occurred to Desnoyers that his carpenter might become a soldier, since he was so opposed to all kinds of authority. He hated the flics, the Paris police, with whom he had more than once exchanged fisticuffs and clubbings. Militarism was his special aversion. In the meetings against the despotism of the barracks, he had always been one of the noisiest participants. And was this revolutionary fellow going to war naturally and voluntarily? Robert spoke enthusiastically of his regiment, of life among comrades with death but 4 steps away. "I believe in my ideas, boss, the same as before," he explained, as though guessing the other's thought. "But war is war, and teaches many things. Among others, that liberty must be accompanied with order and authority. It is necessary that someone direct, that the rest may follow. Willingly, by common consent, but they must follow. When war actually comes, one sees things very differently from when living at home, doing as one pleases." The night that they assassinated Jaurès, he howled with rage, announcing that the following morning the murder would be avenged. He had hunted up his associates in the district in order to inform them what retaliation was being planned against the malefactors. But war was about to break out. There was something in the air that was opposing civil strife. that was placing private grievances in momentary abeyance, concentrating all minds on the common weal. "A week ago," he exclaimed, "I was an anti-militarist. How far away that seems now! As if a year had gone by. I keep thinking as before. I love peace and hate war like all my comrades. But the French have not offended anybody, and yet they threaten us, wishing to enslave us. But we French can be fierce, since they oblige us to be, and in order to defend ourselves it is just that nobody should shirk, that all should obey. Discipline does not quarrel with revolution. Remember the armies of the First Republic, all citizens, generals as well as soldiers. But Hoche, Kleber, and the others were rough-hewn, unpolished benefactors who knew how to command and exact obedience. The carpenter was well read. Besides the papers and pamphlets of The Idea, he had also read on stray sheets the views of Michelet and other liberal actors on the stage of history. "We are going to make war on war," he added. "We are going to fight so that this war will be the last." This statement did not seem to be expressed with sufficient clearness, so he recast his thought. "We are going to fight for the future. We are going to die in order that our grandchildren may not have to endure a similar calamity. If the enemy triumphs, the war habit will triumph, and conquest will be the only means of growth. First, they will overcome Europe, then the rest of the world. Later on, those who have been pillaged will rise up in their wrath. More wars. We do not want conquests. We desire to regain Alsace and Lorraine, for their inhabitants wish to return to us, and nothing more. We shall not imitate the enemy appropriating territory and jeopardizing the peace of the world. We had enough of that with Napoleon. We must not repeat that experience. We are going to fight for our immediate security, and at the same time for the security of the world, for the life of the weaker nations. If this were a war of aggression, of mere vanity, of conquest, then we socialists would bethink ourselves of our anti-militarism. But this is self-defense, and the government has not been at fault. Since we are attacked, we must be united in our defensive." The carpenter, who was also anti-clerical, was now showing a more generous tolerance, an amplitude of ideas that embraced all mankind. The day before, he had met at the administration office a reservist who was just leaving to join his regiment. At a glance, he saw that this man was a priest. "I am a carpenter," he said to him by way of introduction. "And you, comrade, are working in the churches?" He employed this figure of speech in order that the priest might not suspect him of anything offensive. The two had clasped hands. "I do not take much stock in the clerical cowl," Robert explained to Desnoyers. "For some time I have not been on friendly terms with religion. But in every walk of life there must be good people. And the good people ought to understand each other in a crisis like this. Don't you think so, boss?" The war coincided with his socialistic tendencies. Before this, when speaking of future revolution, he had felt a malign pleasure in imagining all the rich deprived of their fortunes and having to work in order to exist. Now he was equally enthusiastic at the thought that all Frenchmen would share the same fate, without class distinction, all with knapsacks on their backs and eating at mess. And he was even extending this military sobriety to those who remained behind the army. War was going to cause great scarcity of provisions, and all would have to come down to very plain fare. You too, boss, who are too old to go to war, you with all your millions will have to eat the same as I. Admit that it is a beautiful thing." Desnoyers was not offended by the malicious satisfaction that his future privations seemed to inspire in the carpenter. He was very thoughtful. A man of his stamp, an enemy of existing conditions, who had no property to defend, was going to war, to death, perhaps, because of a generous and distant ideal, in order that future generations might never know the actual horrors of war. To do this, he was not hesitating at the sacrifice of his former cherished beliefs, all that he had held sacred till now. And he, who belonged to the privileged class, who possessed so many tempting things requiring defense, had given himself up to doubt and criticism. Hours after, he again saw the carpenter near the Arc de Triomphe. He was one of a group of workmen looking much as he did, and this group was joining others and still others that represented every social class. Well-dressed citizens, stylish and anemic young men, graduate students with worn jackets, pale faces and thick glasses, and youthful priests who were smiling rather shamefacedly as though they had been caught at some ridiculous escapade. At the head of this human herd was a sergeant, and as a rear guard, various soldiers with guns on their shoulders. "Forward march, reservists!" And a musical cry, a solemn harmony like a Greek chant, menacing and monotonous, surged up from this mass with open mouths, swinging arms, and legs that were opening and shutting like compasses. Robert was singing the martial chorus with such great energy that his eyes and Gallic mustachios were fairly trembling. In spite of his corduroy suit and his bulging linen handbag, he had the same grand and heroic aspect as the figures by Rude in the Arc de Triomphe. The Affinity and the boy were trudging along the sidewalk so as to accompany him to the station. For a moment he took his eyes from them to speak with a companion in the line, shaven and serious looking, undoubtedly the priest whom he had met the day before. Now they were talking confidentially, intimately, with that brotherliness which contact with death inspires in mankind. The millionaire followed the carpenter with a look of respect, immeasurably increased since he had taken his part in this human avalanche. And this respect had in it something of envy, the envy that springs from an uneasy conscience. End of section 28. Section 29, Part 2, Chapter 1, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Whenever Don Marcelo passed a bad night, suffering from nightmare, a certain terrible thing, always the same, would torment his imagination. Rarely did he dream of mortal peril to his family or self. The frightful vision was always that certain notes bearing his signature were presented for collection, which he, Marcelo Desnoyers, the man always faithful to his bond, with a past of immaculate probity, was not able to pay. Such a possibility made him tremble, and long after waking his heart would be oppressed with terror. To his imagination, this was the greatest disgrace that a man could suffer. Now that war was overturning his existence with its agitations, the same agonies were reappearing. Completely awake, with full powers of reasoning, he was suffering exactly the same distress as when, in his horrible dreams, he saw his dishonored signature on a protested document. All his past was looming up before his eyes with such extraordinary clearness that it seemed as though until then his mind must have been in hopeless confusion. The threatened land of France was his native country. 15 centuries of history had been working for him in order that his opening eyes might survey progress and comforts that his ancestors did not even know. Many generations of Desnoyers had prepared for his advent into life by struggling with the land and defending it, that he might be born into a free family and fireside. And when his turn had come for continuing this effort, when his time had arrived in the rosary of generations, he had fled like a debtor evading payment. On coming into his fatherland, he had contracted obligations with the human group to whom he owed his existence. This obligation should be paid with his arms, with any sacrifice that would repel danger, and he had eluded the acknowledgment of his signature, fleeing his country and betraying his trust to his forefathers. Ah, miserable coward! The material success of his life, the riches acquired in a remote country, were comparatively of no importance. There are failures that millions cannot blot out. The uneasiness of his conscience was proving it now. Proof, too, was in the envy and respect inspired by this poor mechanic, marching to meet his death with others equally humble, all kindled with the satisfaction of duty fulfilled, of sacrifice accepted. The memory of Madariaga came to his memory. Where we make our riches and found a family, there is our country. No, the statement of the centaur was not correct. In normal times, perhaps, far from one's native land, when it is not exposed to danger, one may forget it for a few years. But he was living now in France, and France was being obliged to defend herself against enemies wishing to overpower her. The sight of all her people rising en masse was becoming an increasingly shameful torture for Desnoyers, making him think all the time of what he should have done in his youth, of what he had dodged. The veterans of '70 were passing through the streets with the green and black ribbon in their lapel, souvenirs of the privations of the siege of Paris and of heroic and disastrous campaigns. The sight of these men, satisfied with their past, made him turn pale. Nobody was recalling his, but he knew it, and that was enough. In vain his reason would try to lull this interior tempest. Those times were different. Then there was none of the present unanimity. The empire was unpopular. Everything was lost. But the recollection of a celebrated sentence was fixing itself in his mind as an obsession. France still remained. Many had thought as he did in his youth, but they had not, therefore, evaded military service. They had stood by their country in a last and desperate resistance. Useless was his excuse-making reasoning. Nobler thoughts showed him the fallacy of this beating around the bush. Explanations and demonstrations are unnecessary to the understanding of patriotic and religious ideals. True patriotism does not need them. One's country is one's country. And the laboring man, skeptical and jesting, the self-centered farmer, the solitary pastor, all had sprung to action at the sound of this conjuring word, comprehending it instantly without previous instruction. "It is necessary to pay," Don Marcelo kept repeating mentally. "I ought to pay my debt." As in his dreams, he was constantly feeling the anguish of an upright and desperate man who wishes to meet his obligations. Pay! And how? It was now very late. For a moment the heroic resolution came into his head of offering himself as a volunteer, of marching with his bag at his side in some one of the groups of future combatants, the same as the carpenter. But the uselessness of the sacrifice came immediately into his mind. Of what use would it be? He looked robust and was well preserved for his age, but he was over 70, and only the young make good soldiers. Combat is but one incident in the struggle. Equally necessary are the hardship and self-denial in the form of interminable marches, extremes of temperature, nights in the open air, shoveling earth, digging trenches, loading carts, suffering hunger. No, it was too late. He could not even leave an illustrious name that might serve as an example. Instinctively, he glanced behind. He was not alone in the world. He had a son who could assume his father's debt, but that hope only lasted a minute. His son was not French. He belonged to another people. Half of his blood was from another source. Besides, how could the boy be expected to feel as he did? Would he even understand if his father should explain it to him? It was useless to expect anything from this lady-killing, dancing clown, from this fellow of senseless bravado who was constantly exposing his life in duels in order to satisfy a silly sense of honor. Oh, the meekness of the bluff Senor Desnoyers! After these reflections, his family felt alarmed at seeing the humility and gentleness with which he moved around the house. The two men servants had gone to join their regiments, and to them the most surprising result of the declaration of war was the sudden kindness of their master, the lavishness of his farewell gifts, the paternal care with which he supervised their preparations for departure. The terrible Don Marcelo embraced them with moist eyes, and the two had to exert themselves to prevent his accompanying them to the station. Outside of his home, he was slipping about humbly as though mutely asking pardon of the many people around him. To him, they all appeared his superiors. It was a period of economic crisis. For the time being, the rich also were experiencing what it was to be poor and worried. The banks had suspended operations and were paying only a small part of their deposits. For some weeks, the millionaire was deprived of his wealth and felt restless before the uncertain future. How long would it be before they could send him money from South America? Was war going to take away fortunes as well as lives? And yet Desnoyers had never appreciated money less, nor disposed of it with greater generosity. Numberless mobilized men of the lower classes who were going alone toward the station met a gentleman who would timidly stop them, put his hand in his pocket, and leave in their right hand a bill of 20 francs, fleeing immediately before their astonished eyes. The working women who were returning, weeping from saying goodbye to their husbands, saw this same gentleman smiling at the children who were with them, patting their cheeks and hastening away, leaving a 5-franc piece in their hands. Don Marcelo, who never smoked, was now frequenting the tobacco shops, coming out with hands and pockets filled in order that he might, with lavish generosity, press the packages upon the first soldier he met. At times, the recipient, smiling courteously, would thank him with a few words, revealing his superior breeding, afterwards passing the gift on to others clad in cloaks as coarse and badly cut as his own. The mobilization, universally obligatory, often caused him to make these mistakes. The rough hands pressing his with a grateful clasp left him satisfied for a few moments. Ah, if only he could do more! The government, in mobilizing its vehicles, had appropriated 3 of his monumental automobiles, and Desnoyers felt very sorry that they were not also taking the 4th mastodon. Of what use were they to him? The shepherds of this monstrous herd, the chauffeur and his assistants, were now in the army. Everybody was marching away. Finally, he and his son would be the only ones left, 2 useless creatures. He roared with wrath on learning of the enemy's entrance into Belgium, considering this the most unheard of treason in history. He suffered agonies of shame at remembering that at first he had held the exalted patriots of his country responsible for the war. What perfidy, methodically carried out after long years of preparation! The accounts of the sackings, fires, and butcheries made him turn pale and gnash his teeth. To him, to Marcelo Desnoyers, might happen the very same thing that Belgium was enduring. If the barbarians should invade France, he had a home in the city, a castle in the country, and a family. Through association of ideas, the women assaulted by the soldiery made him think of Chichi and the dear Dona Luisa. The mansions in flames called to his mind the rare and costly furnishings accumulated in his expensive dwellings, the armorial bearings of his social elevation. The old folk that were shot, the women foully mutilated, the children with their hands cut off, all the horrors of a war of terror aroused the violence of his character. And such things could happen with impunity in this day and generation. In order to convince himself that punishment was near, that vengeance was overtaking the guilty ones, he felt the necessity of mingling daily with the people crowding around the Gare de l'Est. Although the greater part of the the troops were operating on the frontiers, that was not diminishing the activity in Paris. Entire battalions were no longer going off, but day and night soldiers were coming to the station singly or in groups. These were reserves without uniform on their way to enroll themselves with their companies, officials who until then had been busy with the work of the mobilization, platoons in arms destined to fill the great gaps opened by death. The multitude, pressed against the railing, was greeting those who were going off, following them with their eyes while they were crossing the large square. The latest editions of the daily papers were announced with hoarse yells, and instantly the dark throng would be spotted with white, all reading with avidity the printed sheets. Good news! Vive la France! A doubtful dispatch foreshadowing calamity. No matter, we must press on at all costs. The Russians will close in behind them. And while these dialogues, inspired by the latest news, were taking place, many young girls were going among the groups, offering little flags and tricolored cockades. And passing through the patio, men and still more men were disappearing behind the glass doors, on their way to the war. A sub-lieutenant of the reserves, with his bag on his shoulder, was accompanied by his father toward the file of policemen keeping the crowds back. Desnoyers saw in the young officer a certain resemblance to his son. The father was wearing in his lapel the black and green ribbon of 1870, a decoration which always filled Desnoyers with remorse. He was tall and gaunt, but was still trying to hold himself erect, with a heavy frown. He wanted to show himself fierce, inhuman, in order to hide his emotion. "Goodbye, my boy. Do your best." "Goodbye, father." They did not clasp hands, and each was avoiding looking at the other. The official was smiling like an automaton. The father turned his back brusquely, and threading his way through the throng, entered a cafe where for some time he needed the most retired seat in the darkest corner to hide his emotion. And Don Marcelo envied his grief. End of section 29. Section 30, Part 2, Chapter 1, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Some of the reservists came along singing, preceded by a flag. They were joking and jostling each other, betraying in excited actions long halts at all the taverns along the way. One of them, without interrupting his song, was pressing the hand of an old woman marching beside him, cheerful and dry-eyed. The mother was concentrating all her strength in order, with feigned happiness, to accompany this strapping lad to the last minute. Others were coming along singly, separated from their companies, but not on that account alone. The gun was hanging from the shoulder, the back overlaid by the hump of the knapsack, the red legs shooting in and out of the turned back folds of the blue cloak, and the smoke of a pipe under the visor of the kepis. In front of one of these men, 4 children were walking along, lined up according to size. They kept turning their heads to admire their father, suddenly glorified by his military trappings. At his side was marching his wife, affable and resigned, feeling in her simple soul a revival of love, an ephemeral spring born of the contact with danger. The man, a laborer of Paris, who a few months before was singing La Internationale, demanding the abolishment of armies and the brotherhood of all mankind, was now going in quest of death. His wife, choking back her sobs, was admiring him greatly. Affection and commiseration made her insist upon giving him a few last counsels. In his knapsack she had put his best handkerchiefs, the few provisions in the house, and all the money. Her man was not to be uneasy about her and the children. They would get along all right. The government and kind neighbors would look after them. The soldier, in reply, was jesting over the somewhat misshapen figure of his wife, saluting saluting the coming citizen, and prophesying that he would be born in a time of great victory. A kiss to the wife, an affectionate hair pull for his offspring, and then he had joined his comrades. No tears, courage, vive la France! The final injunctions of the departing were now heard. Nobody was crying, but as the last red pantaloons disappeared, many hands grasped the iron railing convulsively, many handkerchiefs were bitten with gnashing teeth, many faces were hidden in the arms with sobs of anguish, and Don Marcelo envied these tears. The old woman, on losing the warm contact of her son's hand from her withered one, turned in the direction which she believed to be that of the hostile country, waving her arms with threatening fury. Ah, the assassin! The bandit! In her wrathful imagination she was again seeing the countenance so often displayed in the illustrated pages of the periodicals, mustaches insolently aggressive, a mouth with the jaw and teeth of a wolf that laughed and laughed as men must have laughed in the time of the cavemen. And Don Marcelo envied this wrath. End of section 30. Section 31, Part 2, Chapter 2 of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, New Life. When Marguerite was able to return to the studio in the Rue de la Pompe, Julio, who had been living in a perpetual bad humor, seeing everything in the blackest colors, suddenly felt a return of his old optimism. The war was not going to be so cruel as they all had at first imagined. The day had passed by, and the movements of the troops were beginning to be less noticeable. As the number of men diminished in the streets, the feminine population seemed to have increased. Although there was great scarcity of money, the banks still remained closed. The necessity for it was increasingly great in order to secure provisions. Memories of the famine of the siege of '70 tormented the imagination. Since war had broken out with the same enemy, it seemed but logical to everybody to expect a repetition of the same happenings. The storehouses were besieged by women who were securing stale food at exorbitant prices in order to store it in their homes. Future hunger was producing more terror than immediate dangers. For young Desnoyers, these were about all the transformations that war was creating around him. People would finally become accustomed to the new existence. Humanity has a certain reserve force of adaptation which enables it to mold itself to circumstances and continue existing. He was hoping to continue his life as though nothing had happened. It was enough for him that Marguerite should continue faithful to their past. Together they would see events slipping by them with the cruel luxuriousness of those who, from an inaccessible height, contemplate a flood without the slightest risk to themselves. This selfish attitude had also become habitual to Argensola. "Let us be neutral," the Bohemian would say. "Neutrality does not necessarily mean indifference. Let us enjoy the great spectacle, since nothing like it will ever happen again in our lifetime." It was unfortunate that war should happen to come when they had so little money. Argensola was hating the banks even more than the Central Powers, distinguishing with special antipathy the trust company which was delaying payment of Julio's check. How lovely it would have been, with this sum available, to have forestalled events by laying in every class of commodity. In order to supplement the domestic scrimping, he again had to solicit the aid of Dona Luisa. War had lessened Don Marcelo's precautions, and the family was now living in generous unconcern. The mother, like other house mistresses, had stored up provisions for months and months to come, buying whatever eatables she was able to lay hands on. Argensola took advantage of this abundance, repeating his visits to the home in the Avenue Victor Hugo descending its service stairway with great packages which were swelling the supplies in the studio. He felt all the joys of a good housekeeper in surveying the treasures piled up in the kitchen, great tins of canned meat, pyramids of butter crocks, and bags of dried vegetables. He had accumulated enough there to maintain a large family. The war had now offered a new pretext for him to visit Don Marcelo's wine vaults. "Let them come," he would say with a heroic gesture as he took stock of his treasure trove. "Let them come when they will. We are ready for them." The care and increase of his provisions and the investigation of news were the two functions of his existence. It seemed necessary to procure 10, 12, 15 papers a day. Some because they were reactionary, and the novelty of seeing all the French united filled him with enthusiasm. Others because they were radical and must be better informed of the news received from the government. They generally appeared at midday, at 3, at 4, and at 5 in the afternoon. A half hour's delay in the publication of the sheet raised great hopes in the public on the qui vive for stupendous news. All the last supplements were snatched up. Everybody had his pockets stuffed with papers, waiting anxiously the issue of extras in order to buy them too. Yet all the sheets were saying approximately the same thing. Argensola was developing a credulous, enthusiastic soul, capable of admitting many improbable things. He presumed that this same spirit was probably animating everybody around him. At times his old critical attitude would threaten to rebel, but doubt was repulsed as something dishonorable. He was living in a new world, and it was but natural that extraordinary things should occur that could be neither measured nor explained by the old processes of reasoning. So he commented with infantile joy on the marvelous accounts in the daily papers of combats between a single Belgian platoon and entire regiments of enemies, putting them to disorderly flight, of the German fear of the bayonet that made them run like hares the instant that the charge sounded, of the inefficiency of the German artillery, whose projectiles always missed fire. It was logical and natural that little Belgium should conquer gigantic Germany, a repetition of David and Goliath, with all the metaphors and images that this unequal contest had inspired across so many centuries. Like the greater part of the nation, he had the mentality of a reader of tales of chivalry, who feels himself defrauded if the hero, single-handed, fails to cleave 1,000 enemies with one fell stroke. He purposely chose the most sensational papers, those which published many stories of single encounters, of individual deeds about which nobody could know with any degree of certainty. The intervention of England on the seas made him imagine a frightful famine coming providentially like a thunderclap to torture the enemy. He honestly believed that 10 days of this maritime blockade would convert Germany into a group of shipwrecked sailors floating on a raft. This vision made him repeat his visits to the kitchen to gloat over his packages of provisions. Ah, what they would give in Berlin for my treasures! Never had Argensola eaten with greater avidity. Consideration of the great privations suffered by the adversary was sharpening his appetite to a monstrous capacity. White bread, golden brown and crusty, was stimulating him to an almost religious ecstasy. If friend William could only get his claws on this, he would chuckle to his companion. So he chewed and swallowed with increasing relish. Solids and liquids, on passing through his mouth, seemed to be acquiring a new flavor, rare and divine. Distant hunger for him was a stimulant, a sauce of endless delight. While France was inspiring his enthusiasm, he was conceding greater credit to Russia. Ah, those Cossacks! He was accustomed to speak of them as intimate friends. He loved to describe the unbridled gallop of the wild horsemen horsemen, impalpable as phantoms and so terrible in their wrath that the enemy could not look them in the face. The concierge and the stay-at-homes used to listen to him with all the respect due to a foreign gentleman, knowing much of the great outside world with which they were not familiar. The Cossacks will adjust the accounts of these bandits, he would conclude with absolute assurance. Within a month they will have entered Berlin, and his public, composed of women, wives, and mothers of those who had gone to war, would modestly agree with him with that irresistible desire which we all feel of placing our hopes on something distant and mysterious. The French would defend the country, reconquering besides the lost territories. But the Cossacks, of whom so many were speaking but so few had seen, were going to give the death blow. The only person who knew them at first hand was Tchernoff, and to Argensola's astonishment, he listened to his words without showing any enthusiasm. The Cossacks were for him simply one body of the Russian army, good enough soldiers but incapable of working miracles that everybody was expecting from them. "That Tchernoff!" exclaimed Argensola. "Since he hates the Tsar, he thinks the entire country mad. He is a revolutionary fanatic, and I am opposed to all fanaticisms." Julio was listening absent-mindedly to the news brought by his companion, the vibrating statements recited in declamatory tones, the plans of the campaign traced out on an enormous map fastened to the wall of the studio and bristling with tiny flags that marked the camps of the belligerent armies. Every issue of the papers obliged the Spaniard to arrange a new dance of the pins on the map, followed by his comments of bomb-proof optimism. "We have entered into Alsace. Very good. It appears now that we abandon Alsace. Splendid. I suspect the cause. It is in order to enter again in a better place, getting at the enemy from behind. They say that Liège has fallen. What a lie! And if it does fall, it doesn't matter. Just an incident, nothing more. The others remain, the others that are advancing on the eastern side and are going to enter Berlin." The news from the Russian front was his favorite, but obliged him to remain in suspense every time that he tried to find on the map the obscure names of the places where the admired Cossacks were exhibiting their wonderful exploits. Meanwhile, Julio was continuing the course of his own reflections. Marguerite. She had come back at last, and yet each time seemed to be drifting further away from him. In the first days of the mobilization, he had haunted her neighborhood, trying to appease his longing by this illusory proximity. Marguerite had written to him urging patience. How fortunate it was that he was a foreigner and would not have to endure the hardship of war. Her brother, an officer in the artillery reserves, was going at almost any minute. Her mother, who made her home with this bachelor son, had kept an astonishing serenity up to the last minute, although she had wept much while the war was still but a possibility. She herself had prepared the soldier's outfit so that the small valise might contain all that was indispensable for campaign life. But Marguerite had divined her poor mother's secret struggles not to reveal her despair in moist eyes and trembling hands. It was impossible to leave her alone at such a time. Then had come the farewell. "God be with you, my son. Do your duty, but be prudent. Not a tear, not a sign of weakness." All her family had advised her not to accompany her son to the railway station. So his sister had gone with him, and upon returning home, Marguerite had found her mother rigid in her armchair, with a set face, avoiding all mention of her son, speaking of the friends who had also sent their boys to the war, as if they only could comprehend her torture. "Poor Mama, I ought to be with her now, more than ever. Tomorrow, if I can, I shall come to see you." When at last she returned to the Rue de la Pompe, her first care was to explain to Julio the conservatism of her tailored suit, the absence of jewels in the adornment of her person. "The war, my dear. Now it is the chic thing to adapt oneself to the depressing conditions, to be frugal and inconspicuous like soldiers. Who knows what we may expect?" Her infatuation with dress still accompanied her in every moment of her life. Julio noticed a persistent absent-mindedness about her. It seemed as though her spirit, abandoning her body, was wandering to far-away places. Her eyes were looking at him, but she seldom saw him. She would speak very slowly, as though wishing to weigh every word, fearful of betraying some secret. This spiritual alienation did not, however, prevent her from slipping bodily along the smooth path of custom, although afterward she would seem to feel a vague remorse. I wonder if it is right to do this. Is it not wrong to live like this when so many sorrows are falling on the world? Julio hushed her scruples with, "But if we are going to marry as soon as possible, if we are already the same as husband and wife?" She replied with a gesture of strangeness and dismay. To marry. 10 days ago, she had had no other wish. Now the possibility of marriage was recurring less and less in her thoughts. Why think about such remote and uncertain events? More immediate things were occupying her mind. The farewell to her brother in the station was a scene which had fixed itself ineradicably in her memory. Upon going to the studio, she had planned not to speak about it, foreseeing that she might annoy her lover with this account. But alas, she had only to vow not to mention a thing, to feel an irresistible impulse to talk about it. She had never suspected that she could love her brother so dearly. Her former affection for him had been mingled with a silent sentiment of jealousy because her mother had preferred the older child. Besides, he was the one who had introduced Laurier to his home. The two held diplomas as industrial engineers and had been close friends from their school days. But upon seeing the boy ready to depart, Marguerite suddenly discovered that this brother, who had always been of secondary interest to her, was now occupying a preeminent place in her affections. He was so handsome, so interesting in his lieutenant's uniform. He looked like another person. I will admit to you that I was very proud to walk beside him, leaning on his arm. People thought that we were married. Seeing me weep, some poor women tried to console me, saying, "Courage, madame, your man will come back." He just laughed at hearing these mistakes. The only thing that was really saddening him was thinking about our mother. They had separated at the door of the station. The sentries would not let her go any further, so she had handed over his sword that she had wished to carry till the last moment. "It is lovely to be a man," she exclaimed enthusiastically. "I would love to wear a uniform, to go to war, to be of some real use." She tried not to say more about it, as though she suddenly realized the inopportuneness of her last words. Perhaps she noticed the scowl on Julio's face. She was, however, so wrought up by the memory of that farewell that after a long pause she was unable to resist the temptation of again putting her thought into words. At the station entrance, while she was kissing her brother for the last time, she had an encounter, a great surprise. He had approached, also clad as an artillery officer, but alone, having to entrust his valise to a good-natured man from the crowd. Julio shot her a questioning look. Who was he? He suspected, but feigned ignorance, as though fearing to learn the truth. "Laurier," she replied laconically, "my former husband." The lover displayed a cruel irony. It was a cowardly thing to ridicule this man who had responded to the call of duty. He recognized his vileness, but a malign and irresistible instinct made him keep on with his sneers in order to discredit the man before Marguerite. Laurier, a soldier! He must cut a pretty figure dressed in uniform. Laurier, the warrior! He continued in a voice so sarcastic and strange that it seemed to be coming from somebody else. Poor creature! She hesitated in her response, not wishing to exasperate Desnoyers any further, but the truth was uppermost in her mind, and she said simply, "No, no, he didn't look so bad. Quite the contrary. Perhaps it was a uniform. Perhaps it was his sadness at going away alone, completely alone, without a single hand to clasp his. I didn't recognize him at first. Seeing my brother, he started toward us, but then when he saw me, he went his own way. Poor man, I feel sorry for him." Her feminine instinct must have told her that she was talking too much, and she cut her chatter suddenly short. The same instinct warned her that Julio's countenance was growing more and more saturnine, and his mouth taking a very bitter curve. She wanted to console him and added, "What luck that you are a foreigner and will not have to go to the war. How horrible it would be for me to lose you." She said it sincerely. A few moments before, she had been envying men, admiring the gallantry with which they were exposing their lives, and now she was trembling before the idea that her lover might have been one of these. This did not please his amorous egoism. To be placed apart from the rest as a delicate and fragile being only fit for feminine adoration. He preferred to inspire the envy that she had felt on beholding her brother decked out in his warlike accoutrement. It seemed to him that something was coming between him and Marguerite that would never disappear, that would go on expanding, repelling them in contrary directions, far, very far, even to the point of not recognizing each other when their glances met. He continued to be conscious of this impalpable obstacle in their following interviews. Marguerite was extremely affectionate in her speech, and would look at him with moist and loving eyes, but her caressing hands appeared more like those of a mother than a lover, and her tenderness was accompanied with a certain disinterestedness and extraordinary modesty. She seemed to prefer remaining obstinately in the studio, declining to go into the other rooms. "We are so comfortable here. I would rather not. It is not worth while. I should feel remorse afterwards. Why think of such things in these anxious times?" The world around her seemed saturated with love, but it was a new love, a love for the man who is suffering, desire for abnegation, for sacrifice. This love called forth visions of white caps, of tremulous hands healing shell-riddled and bleeding flesh. Every advance on Julio's part but aroused in Marguerite a vehement and modest protest, as though they were meeting for the first time. "It is impossible," she protested. "I keep thinking of my brother and of so many that I know that may be dying at this very minute." News of battles were beginning to arrive, and blood was beginning to flow in great quantities. "No, no, I cannot," she kept repeating. And when Julio finally triumphed, he found that her thoughts were still following independently the same line of mental stress. One afternoon, Marguerite announced that henceforth she would see him less frequently. She was attending classes now, and had only 2 free days. Desnoyers listened dumbfounded. Classes? What were her studies? She seemed a little irritated at his mocking expression. Yes, she was studying. For the past week she had been attending classes. Now the lessons were going to be more regular. The course of instruction had been fully organized, and there were many more instructors. "I wish to be a trained nurse. I am distressed over my uselessness. Of what good have I ever been till now?" She was silent for a few moments, as though reviewing her past. "At times I almost think," she mused, "that war, with all its horrors, still has some good in it. It helps to make us useful to our fellow men. We look at life more seriously. Trouble makes us realize that we have come into the world for some purpose. I believe that we must not love life only for the pleasures that it brings us. We ought to find satisfaction in sacrifice, in dedicating ourselves to others. And this satisfaction, I don't know just why, perhaps because it is new, appears to me superior to all other things." Julio looked at her in surprise, trying to imagine what was going on in that idolized and frivolous head. What ideas were forming back of that thoughtful forehead, which until then had merely reflected the slightest shadow of thoughts as swift and flitting as birds. But the former Marguerite was still alive. He saw her constantly reappearing in a funny way among the somber preoccupations with which war was overshadowing all lives. "We have to study very hard in order to earn our diplomas as nurses. Have you noticed our uniform? It is most distinctive, and the white is so becoming both to blondes and brunettes. Then the cap, which allows little curls over the ears, the fashionable coiffure, and the blue cape over the white suit make a splendid contrast. With this outfit, a woman well shod and with few jewels may present a truly chic appearance. It is a mixture of nun and great lady which is vastly becoming. She was going to study with a regular fury in order to become really useful, and sooner to wear the admired uniform. Poor Desnoyers. The longing to see her and the lack of occupation in these interminable afternoons, which hitherto had been employed so delightfully, compelled him to haunt the neighborhood of the unoccupied palace, where the government had just established the training school for nurses. Stationing himself at the corner, watching the fluttering skirts and quick steps of the feminine feet on the sidewalk, he imagined that the course of time must have turned backward, and that he was still but 18, the same as when he used to hang around the establishments of some celebrated modiste. The groups of women that at certain hours came out of the palace suggested these former days. They were dressed extremely quietly, the aspect of many of them as humble as that of the seamstresses, but they were ladies of the well-to-do class, some even coming in automobiles driven by chauffeurs in military uniform because they were ministerial vehicles. These long waits often brought him unexpected encounters with the elegant students who were going and coming. Desnoyers! Some feminine voices would exclaim behind him, "Isn't it Desnoyers?" And he would find himself obliged to relieve their doubts, saluting the ladies who were looking at him as though he were a ghost. They were friends of a remote epoch, of 6 months ago, ladies who had admired and pursued him, trusting sweetly to his masterly wisdom to guide them through the 7 circles of the science of the tango. They were now scrutinizing him as if between their last encounter and the present moment had occurred a great cataclysm, transforming all the laws of existence, as if he were the sole survivor of a vanished race. Eventually, they all asked the same questions. "Are you not going to the war? How is it that you are not wearing a uniform?" He would attempt to explain, but at his first words they would interrupt him. "That's so. You are a foreigner." They would say it with a certain envy, doubtless thinking of their loved ones now suffering the privations and dangers of war. But the fact that he was a foreigner would instantly create a vague atmosphere of spiritual aloofness, an alienation that Julio had not known in the good old days when people sought each other without considering nationality, without feeling that disavowal of danger which isolates and concentrates human groups. The ladies generally bade him adieu with malicious suspicion. What was he doing hanging around there, in search of his usual lucky adventure? And their smiles were rather grave, the smiles of older folk who know the true significance of life and commiserate the deluded ones still seeking diversion in frivolities. This attitude was as annoying to Julio as though it were a manifestation of pity. They were supposing him still exercising the only function of which he was capable. He wasn't good for anything else. On the other hand, these empty heads, still keeping something of their old appearance, now appeared animated by the grand sentiment of maternity, an abstract maternity which seemed to be extending to all the men of the nation, a desire for self-sacrifice, of knowing firsthand the privations of the lowly, and aiding all the ills that flesh is heir to. This same yearning was inspiring Marguerite when she came away from her lessons. She was advancing from one overpowering dread to another, accepting the first rudiments of surgery as the greatest of scientific marvels. At the same time, she was astonished at the avidity with which she was assimilating these hitherto unsuspected mysteries. Sometimes, with a funny assumption of assurance, she would even believe that she had mistaken her vocation. "Who knows but I was born to be a famous doctor," she would exclaim. End of section 31. Section 32, Part 2, Chapter 2, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Her great fear was that she might lose her self-control when the time came to put her newly acquired knowledge into practice. To see herself before the foul odors of decomposing flesh, to contemplate the flow of blood, a horrible thing for her who had always felt an invincible repugnance toward all the unpleasant conditions of ordinary life. But these hesitations were short, and she was suddenly animated by a dashing energy. These were times of sacrifice. Were not men snatched every day from the comforts of sensuous existence to endure the rude life of a soldier? She would be a soldier in petticoats, facing pain, battling with it, plunging her hands into putrefaction, flashing like a ray of sunlight into the places where soldiers were expecting the approach of death. She proudly narrated to Desnoyers all the progress that she was making in the training school, the complicated bandages that she was learning to adjust, sometimes over a mannequin, at others over the flesh of an employee, trying to play the part of a sorely wounded patient. She, so dainty, so incapable in her own home of the slightest physical effort, was learning the most skillful ways of lifting a human body from the ground and carrying it on her back. Who knew but that she might render this very service some day on the battlefield? She was ready for the greatest risks, with the ignorant audacity of women impelled by flashes of heroism. All her admiration was for the English army nurses, slender women of nervous vigor whose photographs were appearing in the papers, wearing pantaloons, riding boots, and white helmets. Julio listened to her with astonishment. Was this woman really Marguerite? War was obliterating all her winning vanities. She was no longer fluttering about in bird-like fashion. Her feet were treading the earth with resolute firmness, calm and secure in the new strength which was developing within. When one of his caresses would remind her that she was a woman, she would always say the same thing. "What luck that you are a foreigner! What happiness to know that you do not have to go to war!" In her anxiety for sacrifice, she wanted to go to the battlefields, and yet at the same time she was rejoicing to see her lover exempt from military duty. This preposterous lack of logic was not gratefully received by Julio, but irritated him as an unconscious offense. "One might suppose that she was protecting me," he thought. "She is the man, and rejoices that I, the weak comrade, should be protected from danger. What a grotesque situation!" Fortunately, at times when Marguerite presented herself at the studio, she was again her old self, making him temporarily forget his annoyance. She would arrive with the same joy in a vacation that the college student or the employee feels on a holiday. Responsibility was teaching her to know the value of time. "No classes today," she would call out on entering, and tossing her hat on a divan, she would begin a dance step, retreating with infantile coquetry from the arms of her lover. But in a few minutes she would recover her customary gravity, the serious look that had become habitual with her since the outbreak of hostilities. She spoke often of her mother, always sad, but striving to hide her grief and keeping herself up in the hope of a letter from her son. She spoke, too, of the war, commenting on the latest events with the rhetorical optimism of the official dispatches. She could describe the first flag taken from the enemy as minutely as though it were a garment of unparalleled elegance. From a window, she had seen the Minister of War. She was very much affected when repeating the story of some fugitive Belgians recently arrived at the hospital. They were the only patients that she had been able to assist until now. Paris was not receiving the soldiers wounded in battle. By order of the government, they were being sent from the front to the hospitals in the south. She no longer evinced toward Julio the resistance of the first few days. Her training as a nurse was giving her a certain passivity. She seemed to be ignoring material attractions, stripping them of the spiritual importance which she had hitherto attributed to them. She wanted to make Julio happy, although her mind was concentrated on other matters. One afternoon, she felt the necessity of communicating certain news which had been filling her mind since the day before. Springing up from the couch, she hunted for her handbag, which contained a letter. She wanted to read it again, to tell its contents to somebody with that irresistible impulse which forestalls confession. It was a letter which her brother had sent her from the Vosges. In it he spoke of Laurier more than of himself. They belonged to different batteries, but were in the same division, and had taken part in the same combats. The officer was filled with admiration for his former brother-in-law. Who could have guessed that a future hero was hidden within that silent and tranquil engineer? But he was a genuine hero just the same. All the officials had agreed with Marguerite's brother on seeing how calmly he fulfilled his duty, facing death with the same coolness as though he were in his factory near Paris. He had asked for the dangerous post of lookout, slipping as near as possible to the enemy's lines in order to verify the exactitude of the artillery discharge, rectifying it by telephone. A German shell had demolished the house on the roof of which he was concealed, and Laurier, on crawling out unhurt from the ruins, had readjusted his telephone and gone tranquilly on, continuing the same work in the shelter of a nearby grove. His battery, picked out by the enemy's aeroplanes, had received the concentrated fire of the artillery opposite. In a few minutes all the force were rolling on the ground, the captain and many soldiers dead, officers wounded, and almost all the gunners. There only remained as chief Laurier, the impassive, as his comrades nicknamed him, and aided by the few artillerymen still on their feet, he continued firing under a rain of iron and fire, so as to cover the retreat of a battalion. "He has been mentioned twice in dispatches," Marguerite continued reading. "I do not believe it will be long before they give him the cross. He is valiant in every way. Who would have supposed all this a few weeks ago?" She did not share the general astonishment. Living with Laurier had many times shown her the intrepidity of his character, the fearlessness concealed under that placid exterior. On that account, her instincts had warned her against rousing her husband's wrath in the first days of her infidelity. She still remembered the way he looked the night he surprised her leaving Julio's home. His was the passion that kills, and nevertheless he had not attempted the least violence with her. The memory of his consideration was awakening in Marguerite a sentiment of gratitude. Perhaps he had loved her as no other man had. Her eyes, with an irresistible desire for comparison, sought Julio's, admiring his youthful grace and distinction. The image of Laurier, heavy and ordinary, came into her mind as a consolation. Certainly the officer whom she had seen at the station when saying goodbye to her brother did not seem to her like her old husband. But Marguerite wished to forget the pallid lieutenant with the sad countenance, who had passed before her eyes, preferring to remember him only as the manufacturer preoccupied with profits and incapable of comprehending what she was accustomed to call the delicate refinements of a chic woman. Decidedly, Julio was the more fascinating. She did not repent of her past. She did not wish to repent of it. And her loving selfishness made her repeat once more the same old exclamation: "How fortunate that you are a foreigner! What a relief to know that you are safe from the dangers of war!" Julio felt the usual exasperation at hearing this. He came very near to closing his beloved's mouth with his hand. Was she trying to make fun of him? It was fairly insulting to place him apart from other men. Meanwhile, with blind irrelevance, she persisted in talking about Laurier, commenting upon his achievements. "I do not love him. I never have loved him. Do not look so cross. How could the poor man ever be compared with you? You must admit, though, that his new existence is rather interesting. I rejoice in his brave deeds as though an old friend had done them, a family visitor who I had not seen for a long time. The poor man deserved a better fate. He ought to have married some other woman, some companion more on a level with his ideals. I tell you that I really pity him." and this pity was so intense that her eyes filled up with tears, awakening the tortures of jealousy in her lover. After these interviews, Desnoyers was more ill-tempered and despondent than ever. "I am beginning to realize that we are in a false position," he said one morning to Argensola. "Life is going to become increasingly painful. It is difficult to remain tranquil, continuing the same old existence in the midst of a people at war." His companion had about come to the same conclusion. He too was beginning to feel that the life of a young foreigner in Paris was insufferable now that it was so upset by war. One has to keep showing passports all the time in order that the police may be sure that they have not discovered a deserter. In the streetcar the other afternoon, I had to explain that I was a Spaniard to some girls who were wondering why I was not at the front. One of them, as soon as she learned my nationality, asked me with great simplicity why I did not offer myself as a volunteer. Now they have invented a word for the stay-at-homes, calling them les embusqués, the hidden ones. I am sick and tired of the ironical looks shot at me wherever I go. It makes me wild to be taken for an embusqué. A flash of heroism was galvanizing the impressionable bohemian. Now that everybody was going to war, he was wishing to do the same thing. He was not afraid of death. The only thing that was disturbing to him was the military service, the uniform, the mechanical obedience to bugle call, the blind subservience to the chiefs. Fighting was not offering any difficulties for him, but his nature capriciously resented everything in the form of discipline. The foreign groups in Paris were trying to organize each its own legion of volunteers, and he too was planning his, a battalion of Spaniards and South Americans, reserving naturally the presidency of the organizing committee for himself, and later the command of the body. He had inserted notices in the papers, making the studio in the Rue de la Pompe the recruiting office. In 10 days, 2 volunteers had presented themselves. A clerk, shivering in midsummer, who stipulated that he should be an officer because he was wearing a suitable jacket, and a Spanish tavern keeper who, at the very outset, had wished to rob Argensola of his command on the futile pretext that he was a soldier in his youth, while the Bohemian was only an artist. 20 Spanish battalions were attempted with the same result in different parts of Paris. Each enthusiast wished to be commander of the others, with the individual haughtiness and aversion to discipline so characteristic of the race. Finally, the future generalissimos decided to enlist as simple volunteers, but in a French regiment. "I am waiting to see what the Garibaldis do," said Argensola modestly. "Perhaps I may go with them." This glorious name made military service conceivable to him, but then he vacillated. He would certainly have to obey somebody in this body of volunteers, and he did not believe in an obedience that was not preceded by long discussions. What next? "Life has changed in a fortnight," he continued. "It seems as if we were living in another planet. Our former achievements are not appreciated. Others, most obscure and poor, those who formerly had the least consideration, are now promoted to the first ranks. The refined man of complex spirituality has disappeared for who knows how many years. Now the simple-minded man climbs triumphantly to the top, because, though his ideas are limited, they are sure, and he knows how to obey. We are no longer the style." Desnoyers assented. It was so. They were no longer fashionable. None knew that better than he, for he who was once the sensation of the day was now passing as a stranger among the very people who a few months before had raved over him. "Your reign is over," laughed Argensola. "The fact that you are a handsome fellow doesn't help you one bit nowadays. In a uniform and with a cross on my breast, I could soon get the best of you in a rival love affair. In times of peace, the officers only set the girls of the provinces to dreaming. But now that we are at war, there has awakened in every woman the ancestral enthusiasm that her remote grandmothers used to feel for the strong and aggressive beast. The high-born dames who a few months ago were complicating their desires with psychological subtleties are now admiring the military man with the same simplicity that the maid has for the common soldier. Before a uniform, they feel the humble and servile enthusiasm of the female of the lower animals before the crests, foretops, and gay plumes of the fighting males. Look out, master. We shall have to follow the new course of events or resign ourselves to everlasting obscurity. The tango is dead. And Desnoyers agreed that truly they were two beings on the other side of the river of life, which at one bound had changed its course. There was no longer any place in the new existence for that poor painter of souls, nor for that hero of a frivolous life, who from 5 to 7 every afternoon had attained the triumphs most envied by mankind. End of section 32. Section 33, Part 2, Chapter 3 of The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, The Retreat. War had extended one of its antennae even to the Avenue Victor Hugo. It was a silent war in which the enemy, bland, shapeless, and gelatinous, seemed constantly to be escaping from the hands only to renew hostilities a little later on. "I have Germany in my own house," growled Marcelo Desnoyers. Germany was Dona Elena, the wife of von Hartrott. Why had not her son, that professor of inexhaustible sufficiency, whom he now believed to have been a spy, taken her home with him? For what sentimental caprice had she wished to stay with her sister, losing the opportunity of returning to Berlin before the frontiers were closed? The presence of this woman in his home was the cause of many compunctions and alarms. Fortunately, the chauffeur and all the men servants were in the army. The two chinas received an order in a threatening tone. They must be very careful when talking to the French maids. Not the slightest allusion to the nationality of Dona Elena's husband, nor to the residence of her family. Dona Elena was an Argentinian. But in spite of the silence of the maids, Don Marcelo was always in fear of some outburst of exalted patriotism, and that his wife's sister might suddenly find herself confined in a concentration camp under suspicion of having dealings with the enemy. Frau von Hartrott made his uneasiness worse. Instead of keeping a discreet silence, she was constantly introducing discord into the home with her opinions. During the first days of the war, she kept herself locked in her room, joining the family only when summoned to the dining room. With tightly puckered mouth and an absent-minded air, she would then seat herself at the table, pretending not to hear Don Marcelo's verbal outpourings of enthusiasm. He enjoyed describing the departure of the troops, the moving scenes in the streets and at the stations, commenting on events with an optimism sure of the first news of the war. Two things were beyond all discussion. The bayonet was the secret of the French, and the Germans were shuddering with terror before its fatal, glistening point. The 75 cannon had proved itself a unique jewel, its shots being absolutely sure. He was really feeling sorry for the enemy's artillery, since its projectiles so seldom exploded, even when well aimed. Furthermore, the French troops had entered victoriously into Alsace. Many little towns were already theirs. Now it is as it was in the 70s, he would exult. brandishing his fork and waving his napkin. "We are going to kick them back to the other side of the Rhine. Kick them, that's the word." Chichi always agreed gleefully while Dona Elena was raising her eyes to heaven, as though silently calling upon somebody hidden in the ceiling to bear witness to such errors and blasphemies. The kind Dona Luisa always sought her out afterwards in the retirement of her room, believing it necessary to give sisterly counsel to one living so far from home. The Romantica did not maintain her austere silence before her sister, who had always venerated her superior instruction. So now the poor lady was overwhelmed with accounts of the stupendous forces of Germany, enunciated with all the authority of a wife of a great Teutonic patriot and a mother of an almost celebrated professor. According to her graphic picture, millions of men were now surging forth in enormous streams. Thousands of cannons were filing by, and tremendous mortars like monstrous turrets. And towering above all this vast machinery of destruction was a man who alone was worth an army, a being who knew everything and could do everything. Handsome, intelligent, and infallible as a god, the Emperor. "The French just don't know what's ahead of them," declared Dona Elena. "We are going to annihilate them. It is merely a matter of 2 weeks. Before August is ended, the Emperor will have entered Paris." Senora Desnoyers was so greatly impressed by these dire prophecies that she could not hide them from her family. Chichi waxed indignant at her mother's credulity and her aunt's Germanism. Martial fervor was flaming up in the former peoncito. Ay, if only women could go to war! She enjoyed picturing herself on horseback in command of a regiment of dragoons, charging the enemy with other Amazons as dashing and buxom as she. Then her fondness for skating would predominate over her tastes for the cavalry, and she would long to be an alpine hunter, a diable bleu, among those who slid on long runners with musket slung across the back and alpenstock in hand over the snowy slopes of the Vosges. But the government did not appreciate the valorous women, and she could obtain no other part in the war but to admire the uniform of her true love, René Lacour, converted into a soldier. The senator's son certainly looked beautiful. He was tall and fair, of a rather feminine type, recalling his dead mother. In his fiancée's opinion, René was just a little sugar soldier. At first, she had been very proud to walk the streets by the side of this warrior, believing that his uniform had greatly augmented his personal charm. But little by little, a revulsion of feeling was clouding her joy. The senatorial prince was nothing but a common soldier. His illustrious father, fearful that the war might cut off forever the dynasty of the Lacours, indispensable to the welfare of the state, had had his son mustered into the auxiliary service of the army. By this arrangement, his heir need not leave Paris, ranking about as high as those who were kneading the bread or mending the soldiers' cloaks. Only by going to the front could he claim, as a student of the École Centrale, his title of sub-lieutenant in the artillery reserves. "What happiness for me that you have to stay in Paris! How delighted I am that you are just a private!" And yet, at the same time, Chichi was thinking enviously of her friends whose lovers and brothers were officers. They could parade the streets, escorted by a gold-trimmed kepis that attracted the notice of the passers-by and the respectful salute of the lower ranks. Each time that Dona Luisa, terrified by the forecasts of her sister, undertook to communicate her dismay to her daughter, the girl would rage up and down, exclaiming, "What lies my aunt tells you! Since her husband is a German, she sees everything as he wishes it to be. Papa knows more. René's father is better informed about these things. We are going to give them a thorough hiding. What fun it will be when they hit my uncle and all my snippy cousins in Berlin!" "Hush!" groaned her mother. "Do not talk such nonsense. The war has turned you as crazy as your father." The good lady was scandalized at hearing the outburst of savage desires that the mere mention of the Kaiser always aroused in her daughter. In times of peace, Chichi had rather admired this personage. "He's not so bad looking," she had commented, but with a very ordinary smile. Now all her wrath was concentrated upon him. The thousands of women that were weeping through his fault, the mothers without sons, the wives without husbands, the poor children left in the burning towns. Ah, the vile wretch! And she would brandish her knife of the old Peoncito days, a dagger with silver handle and sheath, richly chased, a gift that her grandfather had exhumed from some forgotten souvenirs of his childhood in an old valise. The very first German that she came across was doomed to death. Dona Luisa was terrified to find her flourishing this weapon before her dressing mirror. She was no longer yearning to be a cavalryman nor a diable bleu. She would be entirely content if they would leave her alone in some closed space with the detested monster. In just 5 minutes she would settle the universal conflict. "Defend yourself, Boche!" she would shriek, standing at guard as in her childhood she had seen the peons doing on the ranch. And with a knife thrust above and below, she would pierce his imperial vitals. Immediately there resounded in her imagination shouts of joy, the gigantic sigh of millions of women freed at last from the bloody nightmare, thanks to her playing the role of Judith or Charlotte Corday, or a blend of all the heroic women who had killed for the common weal. Her savage fury made her continue her imaginary slaughter, dagger in hand. Second stroke, the crown prince rolling on one side and his head to the other. A rain of dagger thrusts. All the invincible generals of whom her aunt had been boasting, fleeing with their insides in their hands, and bringing up the rear that fawning lackey who wished to receive the same things as those of highest rank. The uncle from Berlin. Ah, if she could only get the chance to make these longings a reality! "You are mad," protested her mother, "completely mad. How can a ladylike girl talk in such a way?" Surprising her niece in the ecstasy of these delirious ravings, Dona Elena would raise her eyes to heaven, abstaining thenceforth from communicating her opinions, reserving them wholly for the mother. Don Marcelo's indignation took another bound when his wife repeated to him the news from her sister. All a lie! The war was progressing finely. On the eastern frontier, the French troops had advanced through the interior of Alsace and Lorraine. "But Belgium is invaded, isn't it?" asked Dona Luisa. "And those poor Belgians?" Desnoyers retorted indignantly. "That invasion of Belgium is a treason, and a treason never amounts to anything among decent people." He said it in all good faith, as though war were a duel in which the traitor was henceforth ruled out and unable to continue his outrages. Besides, the heroic resistance of Belgium was nourishing the most absurd illusions in his heart. The Belgians were certainly supernatural men, destined to the most stupendous achievements. And to think that heretofore he had never taken this plucky little nation into account! For several days he considered Liège a holy city before whose walls the Teutonic power would be completely confounded. Upon the fall of Liège, his unquenchable faith sought another handle. There were still remaining many other Lièges in the interior. The Germans might force their way further in, then we would see how many of them ever succeeded in getting out. The entry into Brussels did not disquiet him. An unprotected city, its surrender was a foregone conclusion. Now the Belgians would be better able to defend Antwerp. Neither did the advance of the Germans toward the French frontier alarm him at all. In vain his sister-in-law, with malicious brevity, mentioned in the dining room the progress of the invasion, so confusedly outlined in the daily papers. The Germans were already at the frontier. "And what of that?" yelled Don Marcelo. "Soon they will meet someone to talk to. Joffre is going to meet them. Our armies are in the east, in the very place where they ought to be, on the true frontier, at the door of their home. But they have to deal with a treacherous and cowardly opponent that instead of marching face to face, leaps the walls of the corral like sheep stealers. Their underhanded tricks won't do them any good, though." The French are already in Belgium and adjusting the accounts of the Germans. We shall smash them so effectually that never again will they be able to disturb the peace of the world. And that accursed individual with a rampant mustache we are going to put in a cage and exhibit in the Place de la Concorde." Inspired by the paternal braggadocio, Chichi also launched forth exultingly an imaginary series of avenging torments and insults as a compliment to this imperial exhibition. These allusions to the emperor aggravated Frau von Hartrott more than anything else. In the first days of the war, her sister had surprised her weeping before the newspaper caricatures and leaflets sold in the streets. Such an excellent man, so knightly, such a good father to his family. He wasn't to blame for anything. It was his enemies who forced him to assume the offensive. Her veneration for exalted personages was making her take the attacks upon this admired grandee as though they were directed against her own family. One night in the dining room, she abandoned her tragic silence. Certain sarcasms shot by Desnoyers at her hero brought the tears to her eyes, and this sentimental indulgence turned her thoughts upon her sons, who were undoubtedly taking part in the invasion. Her brother-in-law was longing for the extermination of all the enemy. "May every barbarian be exterminated, every one of the bandits in pointed helmets who have just burned Louvain and other towns, shooting defenseless peasants, old men, women, and children." "You forget that I am a mother," sobbed Frau von Hartrott. "You forget that among those whose extermination you are imploring are my sons." Her violent weeping made Desnoyers realize more than ever the abyss yawning between him and this woman lodged in his own house. His resentment, however, overleapt family considerations. She might weep for her sons all she wanted to. That was her right. But these sons were aggressors and wantonly doing evil. It was the other mothers who were inspiring his pity, those who were living tranquilly in their smiling little Belgian towns when their sons were suddenly shot down, their daughters violated, and their houses burned to the ground. As though this description of the horrors of war were a fresh insult to her, Dona Elena wept harder than ever. What falsehoods! The Kaiser was an excellent man. His soldiers were gentlemen. The German army was a model of civilization and goodness. Her husband had belonged to this army. Her sons were marching in its ranks. And she knew her sons, well-bred and incapable of wrongdoing. These Belgian calumnies she could no longer listen to, and with dramatic abandon she flung herself into the arms of her sister. Senor Desnoyers raged against the fate that condemned him to live under the same roof with this woman. What an unfortunate complication for the family! And the frontiers were closed, making it impossible to get rid of her. "Very well, then," he thundered. "Let us talk no more about it. We shall never reach an understanding, for we belong to two different worlds. It's a great pity that you can't go back to your own people." After that, he refrained from mentioning the war in his sister-in-law's presence. Chichi was the only one keeping up her aggressive and noisy enthusiasm. Upon reading in the papers the news of the shootings, sackings, burnings of cities, and the dolorous plight of those who had seen their all reduced to ashes, she again felt the necessity of assuming the role of lady assassin. Aye, if she could only once get her hands on one of those bandits! What did the men amount to, anyway, if they couldn't exterminate the whole lot? Then she would look at René, in his exquisitely fresh uniform, sweet-mannered and smiling as though all war meant to him was a mere change of attire, and she would exclaim enigmatically, "What luck that you will never have to go to the front! How fine that you don't run any risks!" And her lover would accept these words as but another proof of her affectionate interest. One day Don Marcelo was able to appreciate the horrors of war without leaving Paris. 3,000 Belgian refugees were quartered provisionally in the circus before being distributed among the provinces. When Desnoyers entered this place, he saw in the vestibule the same posters which had been flaunting their spectacular gaieties when he had visited it a few months before with his family. Now he noticed the odor from a sick and miserable multitude crowded together, like the exhalation from a prison or poorhouse infirmary. He saw a throng that seemed crazy or stupefied with grief. They did not know exactly where they were. They had come thither, they didn't know how. The terrible spectacle of the invasion was still so persistent in their minds that it left room for no other impression. They were still seeing the helmeted men in their peaceful hamlets, their homes in flames, the soldiery firing upon those who were fleeing, the mutilated women done to death by incessant adulterous assault, the old men burned alive, the children stabbed in their cradles by human beasts inflamed by alcohol and license. Some of the octogenarians were weeping as they told how the soldiers of a civilized nation were cutting off the breasts from the women in order to nail them on the doors, how they had passed around as a trophy a newborn babe spiked on a bayonet, how they had shot aged men in the very armchair in which they were huddled in their sorrowful weakness, torturing them first with their jests and taunts. They had fled blindly, pursued by fire and shot, as crazed with terror as the people of the Middle Ages, trying not to be ridden down by the hordes of galloping Huns and Mongols. And this flight had been across the country in its loveliest festal array, in the most productive of months, when the earth was bristling with ears of grain, when the August sky was most brilliant, and when the birds were greeting the opulent harvest with their glad songs. In that circus, filled with the wandering crowds, the immense crime was living again. The children were crying with a sound like the bleating of lambs. The men were looking wildly around with terrified eyes. The frenzied women were howling like the insane. Families had become separated in the terror of flight. A mother of 5 little ones now had but one. The parents, as they realized the number missing, were thinking with anguish of those who had disappeared. Would they ever find them again, or were they already dead? End of section 33. Section 34, Part 2, Chapter 3, continued, of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse by Vicente Blasco Ibáñez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Don Marcelo returned home grinding his teeth and waving his cane in an alarming manner. Ah, the bandits! If only his sister-in-law could change her sex. Why wasn't she a man? It would be better still if she could suddenly assume the form of her husband, von Hartrott. What an interesting interview the two brothers-in-law would have. The war was awakening religious sentiment in the men and increasing the devotion of the women. The churches were filled. Doña Luisa was no longer confining herself to those of her neighborhood. With the courage induced by extraordinary events, she was traversing Paris afoot and going from the Madeleine to Notre Dame or to the Sacré-Cœur on the heights of Montmartre. Religious festivals were now thronged like popular assemblies. The preachers were tribunes. Patriotic enthusiasm interrupted many sermons with applause. Each morning, on opening the papers, before reading the war news, Senora Desnoyers would hunt other notices. Where was Father Amet going to be today? Then, under the arched vaultings of that temple, would she unite her voice with the devout chorus, imploring supernatural intervention? Lord, save France. Patriotic religiosity was putting Sainte Genevieve at the head of the favored ones. So from all these fiestas, Doña Luisa, tremulous with faith, would return in expectation of a miracle similar to that which the patron saint of Paris had worked before the invading hordes of Attila. Doña Elena was also visiting the churches, but those nearest the house. Her brother-in-law saw her one afternoon entering Saint-Honoré-des-Laux. The building was filled with the faithful, and on the altar was a sheaf of flags, France and the Allied nations. The imploring crowd was not composed entirely of women. Desnoyers saw men of his age, pompous and grave, moving their lips and fixing steadfast eyes on the altar, on which were reflected like lost stars the flames of the candles. And again he felt envy. They were fathers who were recalling their childhood prayers, thinking of their sons in battle. Don Marcelo, who had always considered religion with indifference, suddenly recognized the necessity of faith. He wanted to pray like the others, with a vague, indefinite supplication, including all beings who were struggling and dying for a land that he had not tried to defend. He was scandalized to see von Hartrott's wife kneeling among these people, raising her eyes to the cross in a look of anguished entreaty. She was begging heaven to protect her husband, the German who perhaps at this moment was concentrating all his devilish faculties on the best organization for crushing the weak. She was praying for her sons, officers of the King of Prussia, who, revolver in hand, were entering villages and farmlands, driving before them a horror-stricken crowd, leaving behind them fire and death. And these orisons were going to mingle with those of the mothers who were praying for the youth, trying to check the onslaught of the barbarians, with the petitions of these earnest men rigid in their tragic grief. He had to make a great effort not to protest aloud, and he left the church. His sister-in-law had no right to kneel there among those people. They ought to put her out, he growled indignantly. She is compromising God with her absurd entreaties. But in spite of his annoyance, he had to endure her living in his household, and at the same time had taken great pains to prevent her nationality being known outside. It was a severe trial for Don Marcelo to be obliged to keep silent when at table with his family. He had to avoid the hysterics of his sister-in-law, who promptly burst into sighs and sobs at the slightest allusion to her hero. And he feared equally the complaints of his wife, always ready to defend her sister, as though she were the victim. That a man in his own home should have to curb his tongue and speak tactfully. The only satisfaction permitted him was to announce the military moves. The French had entered Belgium. It appears that the Boches have had a good setback. The slightest clash of cavalry, a simple encounter with the advanced troops, he would glorify as a decisive victory. In Lorraine, too, we are making great headway. But suddenly the fountain of his bubbling optimism seemed to become choked up. To judge from the periodicals, nothing extraordinary was occurring. They continued publishing war stories so as to keep enthusiasm at fever heat, but nothing definite. The government, too, was issuing communications of vague and rhetorical verbosity. Desnoyers became alarmed, his instinct warning him of danger. There is something wrong, he thought. There's a spring broken somewhere. This lack of encouraging news coincided exactly with the sudden rise in Dona Elena's spirits. With whom had that woman been talking? Whom did she meet when she was on the street? Without dropping her pose as a martyr, with the same woe-begone look and drooping mouth, she was talking, and talking treacherously. The torment of Don Marcelo in being obliged to listen to the enemy harbored within his gates. The French had been vanquished in Lorraine and in Belgium at the same time. A body of the army had deserted the colors. Many prisoners, many cannon were captured. Lies, German exaggerations, howled Desnoyers. And Chichi, with the derisive ha-has of an insolent girl, drowned out the triumphant communications of the aunt from Berlin. "I don't know, of course," said the unwelcome lodger with mock humility. "Perhaps it is not authentic. I have heard it said—" Her host was furious. Where had she heard it said? Who was giving her such news? And in order to ventilate his wrath, he broke forth into tirades against the enemy's espionage, against the carelessness of the police force in permitting so many Germans to remain hidden in Paris. Then he suddenly became quiet, thinking of his own behavior in this line. He too was involuntarily contributing toward the maintenance and support of the foe. The fall of the ministry and the constitution of a government of national defense made it apparent that something very important must have taken place. The alarms and tears of Dona Luisa increased his nervousness. The good lady was no longer returning from the churches cheered and strengthened. Her confidential talks with her sister were filling her with a terror that she tried in vain to communicate to her husband. "All is lost! Elena is the only one that knows the truth." Desnoyers went in search of Senator Lacour. He would know all the ministers, and no one could be better informed. "Yes, my friend," said the important man sadly. "Two great losses at Morange and Charleroi, at the east and the north. The enemy is going to invade French soil, but our army is intact and will retreat in good order. Good fortune may still be ours. A great calamity, but all is not lost." Preparations for the defense of Paris were being pushed forward rather late. The forts were supplying themselves with new cannon. Houses, built in the danger zone in the piping times of peace, were now disappearing under the blows of the official demolition. The trees on the outer avenues were being felled in order to enlarge the horizon. Barricades of sacks of earth and tree trunks were heaped at the doors of the old walls. The curious were skirting the suburbs in order to gaze at the recently dug trenches and the barbed wire fences. The Bois de Boulogne was filled with herds of cattle. Near heaps of dry alfalfa, steers and sheep were grouped in the green meadows. Protection against famine was uppermost in the minds of a people still remembering the suffering of 1870. Every night the street lighting was less and less. The sky, on the other hand, was streaked incessantly by the shafts from the searchlights. Fear of aerial invasion was increasing the public uneasiness. Timid people were speaking of Zeppelins, attributing to them irresistible powers, with all the exaggeration that accompanies mysterious dangers. In her panic, Dona Luisa greatly distressed her husband, who was passing the days in continual alarm, yet trying to put heart into his trembling and anxious wife. "They are going to come, Marcelo. My heart tells me so. The girl! The girl!" She was accepting blindly all the statements made by her sister, the only thing that comforted her being the chivalry and discipline of those troops to which her nephews belonged. The news of the atrocities committed against the women of Belgium were received with the same credulity as the enemy's advances announced by Elena. "Our girl, Marcelo, our girl!" And the girl, object of so much solicitude, would laugh with the assurance of vigorous youth on hearing of her mother's anxiety. "Just let the shameless fellows come. I shall take great pleasure in seeing them face to face." And she clenched her right hand as though it already clutched the avenging knife. The father became tired of this situation. He still had one of his monumental automobiles that an outside chauffeur could manage. Senator Lacour obtained the necessary passports, and Desnoyers gave his wife her orders in a tone that admitted of no remonstrance. They must go to Biarritz or to some of the summer resorts in the north of Spain. Almost all the South American families had already gone in the same direction. Dona Luisa tried to object. It was impossible for her to separate herself from her husband. Never before in their many years of married life had they once been separated. But a harsh negative from Don Marcelo cut her pleading short. He would remain. Then the poor senora ran to the Rue de la Pompe. Her son, Julio, scarcely listened to his mother. Aye, he too would stay. So finally the imposing automobile lumbered toward the south, carrying Dona Luisa, her sister, who hailed with delight this withdrawal before the admired troops of the emperor, and Chichi, pleased that the war was necessitating an excursion to the fashionable beaches frequented by her friends. Don Marcelo was at last alone. The two coppery maids had followed by rail the flight of their mistresses. At first the old man felt a little bewildered by this solitude, which obliged him to eat uncomfortable meals in a restaurant and pass the nights in enormous and deserted rooms, still bearing traces of their former occupants. The other apartments in the building had also been vacated. All the tenants were foreigners who had discreetly decamped, or French families surprised by the war when summering at their country seats. Instinctively, he turned his steps toward the Rue de la Pompe, gazing from afar at the studio windows. What was his son doing? Undoubtedly continuing his gay and useless life. Such men only existed for their own selfish folly. Desnoyers felt satisfied with the stand he had taken. To follow the family would be sheer cowardice. The memory of his youthful flight to South America was sufficient martyrdom. He would finish his life with all the compensating bravery that he could muster. "No, they will not come," he said repeatedly, with the optimism of enthusiasm. "I have a presentiment that they will never reach Paris. And even if they do come..." The absence of his family brought him a joyous valor and a sense of bold youthfulness. Although his age might prevent his going to war in the open air, he could still fire a gun, immovable in a trench, without fear of death. Let them come. He was longing for the struggle with the anxiety of a punctilious businessman wishing to cancel a former debt as soon as possible. In the streets of Paris, he met many groups of fugitives. They were from the north and east of France and had escaped before the German advance. Of all the tales told by this despondent crowd, not knowing where to go and dependent upon the charity of the people, he was most impressed with those dealing with the disregard of property. Shootings and assassinations made him clench his fists with threats of vengeance, but the robberies, authorized by the heads, the wholesale sacking by superior order, followed by fire, appeared to him so unheard of that he was silent with stupefaction, his speech seeming to be temporarily paralyzed. And a people with laws could wage war in this fashion, like a tribe of Indians going to combat in order to rob. His adoration of property rights made him beside himself with wrath at these sacrileges. End of section 34.